Right, there we go. Obi has finally picked up the game. Welcome back, guys, to another AC3 stream. Today we are getting ever closer to the ending of the Kenway saga in historical order. Currently the year 1778, and there's only like 10 main stories left or so. So yeah, there's a good chance you might even get there today. Yeah, kind of like end Desmond's storyline. However, I still kind of want to play the Journey of King Washington DLC. And I had to look up when that is actually taking place, you know, like year-wise, because even though it's completely alternative reality, there's still some actual canon stuff happening between Connor and George Washington. And that's supposedly taking place in the year 1883 or something. 1783. So, yeah, that would be actually past the main story. So if we play the DLC, then I would actually play it after the main story ends. Which wasn't really what I intended to do, because I want to end with like Desmond's main story. But yeah, it would be, you know, when the DLC is kind of like taking place in. So yeah, there'll be time to play it. Just gonna take care of this bot account here. But yeah, we're currently in sequence 10. There's still a few missions left I want to do. So yeah, we're gonna pick up on all the side stuff I think we have available currently before we dive back into main story, because yeah, as I mentioned, you know, there's not many main stories left here at this point. So I want to make sure to have everything done side stuff wise before that point. We can also still work on the colonies here. We have another mission called the Guns of Ticonderoga. Henry Knox is attempting to drag the guns of Ticonderoga over the Appalachian Mountains to help with the siege of Boston. With little assassin ingenuity, you'll be able to help him succeed in his lofty goals. Poe in Harlem. Okay, this one we actually tried before, but it failed apparently. So let's just do it again. We already have read it. Okay, you guys try that. And we have Pennsylvania. Protect the Signatories. As signatories from all across the colonies make their way to Philadelphia to sign the Declaration of Independence, they are vulnerable for capture and assassination. Travel to the capital and keep a watchful eye over the Continental Congress. And hey Verrod, welcome in Senny. Thank you very much for the raid, and welcome in Raiders. I hope you had a good rest of the stream today with AC1 and the Noha challenge. Just getting started with some AC3. Just went live 5 minutes ago. But yeah, I hope you had a good rest of it today. Okay, track down the wolf. It was great getting more and more used to it. Hell yeah. It also took me a while to really get used to like the no-hard feeling, you know, it's like really changing the way you kind of like approach missions sometimes, but also like just orientation is like, you know, a challenge in and of itself. But I feel like if you're already familiar with the game, then definitely helps a lot. Whoops. There we go. That's the legendary wolf killed. Hey there, Max. Welcome in. Thank you for joining. Hey there, Katiesaurus. Good day to you. Right. Yeah, I guess we could start another Hunting Society mission here. It's quite close by, actually. No worries, Rod. Take your time, dude. Hey there, Recto. Welcome in. Thank you for joining. Indeed, yeah, Rod just raided a few minutes ago. Thanks for a follow. I appreciate it. And yeah, welcome into some AC3. Currently doing something called like a historical order playthrough. So yeah, we're actually playing for the Kenway Saga. So Black Flag, AC3, Freedom Cry, Liberation, and Rogue in the order of like historical events, and when each year is each mission is set in a year. So yeah, really trying to work out the order. We're almost at the end of this point in the year 1778. We started all the way back in 1715 with Black Flag. But yeah, it's been a great run so far. I'm gonna do the same for Unity, kind of like play everything in historic order.
There's a valley nearby that's used in Canyon Keha rite of passage ceremonies. I've been told there's a cougar that staked his claim on the area and is the cause of a few too many accidents for the young'uns. Might do some good to put an end to it. Probably get a damn nice pelt out of it while you're at it.
I mean, that sounds good. Let's see where it is. Over here. Right next to the Mohawk village. Ah, okay, there we go. As I can actually pet the Stocko. But yeah, it took a while. I actually quite like the rock climbing in this game. It's not like in Origins, Odyssey and Valhalla where you can just climb like any kind of like rock surface. But you really gotta look for like the crevices and the nooks and crannies, I guess. To find a path. And you can't just climb everywhere. Here we gotta get all the way up here. Interesting. No, my assassins failed. At least a few of them did. Okay, we gotta get over here. I guess I can go there from over there. Yeah, it works. Oh, never mind. I was supposed to go from this side. I see. Fuck. But if it not hit. Why is he not shooting? He's like always just reloading. Okay, apparently I couldn't shoot it.
Ja, man.
Okay, let's send the assassins out on more missions here. Begin. The British are laying siege to Boston, civilians are in danger all over the city, and food will be in short supply before long. Help ration what there is and protect those who can't protect themselves. And we have New York. Can we try this mission here? Alright, let's start another Hunting Society mission here. And the combat is just so damn satisfying. I also like Unity combat, but you know, doing the kill chains is just on another level. Especially with the double counter kills and stuff.
Ever come across King Edward the Elk? You'd know if you had. He's never found a mate on account of his aggression. Most hunters leave him be, for fear of his charge. Grumpy old bastard's afraid of nothing. Word has it he doesn't like horses too much, but I'm not willing to risk my head on rumors.
Indeed, yeah, kill chains are very, very satisfying. Great addition, Brotherhood, that they added. So hey for David Todd, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. We saw King Edward the Elk, he had a crown on his head. Yeah, they tend to. Okay, it's over there. Let's also have a look into the shop here. Want to do some trading.
What's your pleasure today?
Could buy the Duckfoot pistol. We don't have to use it just yet, but in case you want to use it in like, you know, melee or something. Let's get it. Let's also refill some of this here. And let's have a look at the trading here. We want to buy some resources. Okay, and then it's time to do some crafting. Let's have a look. We could craft the boarding axe. I mean, yeah. We can also craft Lincoln's sword replica. The Navo Duckfoot. Unique pistol. Okay, then we can make some barrels, some belt buckets, some black powder, buttons. dyes. We can make glass bottles. Lindsay Wuse. Some weapon handles. Okay, then we could craft some spirits. I mean, yeah. Okay, let's see. Could make some boots. I think fine clothing would be nice to have because it sells quite well. Okay, let's make some fine clothing. Also make some fine hats. And some fine shoes. Then we can still make regular clothing. Some boots. And that's it here. We can also cook a few things. Like some deer jerky. A deer marrow soup. A shepherd's pie. And venison heart. We could make some eye drops. I mean, sure. We can craft some brass rings. Golden rings. Lanterns. I mean, that's helpful. Silver rings. We can also make bear rugs. These actually sell really good, I think. Because pelts already sell really good, but then, you know, rugs even better. We can make some beaver tooth knives. What else? Some rabbit foot charm. We can also make some swords. Some torches. And that is it. Time to trade. So, let's have a look. Definitely wanna trade the bear rugs. And also the fine clothing. Holy shit. 1.4k per. That's a nice profit. And what else? Maybe some spirits. Yeah, that works. Okay, and our other two assassins are also back again, so we can send them on another mission here. Rufus Putnam. Israel's Putnam's half-brother Rufus Putnam has been selected for a very dangerous reconnaissance mission into Harlem Heights. Follow him, but keep to the trees and keep him safe without his knowledge. Duckfoot Pistol.
Ja, Mann.
Fuck. Okay, that still works. At least I could quick shot it. Nice. And yeah, that seems to be all the Hunting Society missions. Let's have a quick look here at the DNA tracker. Okay, side missions. Hunting Society 100%. Nice. Alright, so I believe you also have some assassination missions, like contracts. But let's go back to Davenport real quick just to see if there's like any kind of like homestead stuff that might be waiting for us. Okay, nothing here. Let's go to Boston. Okay, we don't really have anything in Boston either. Like no assassination contracts or anything like that. I guess then we can just focus on New York for now. That's where the next main story is taking place anyways. Okay, let's see, we have a brawler mission over here. Definitely still a couple chests which I wanna collect because we still have to get the naval contracts, the naval convoys unlocked. We also have some assassination contracts here and another homestead mission. And one over here as well. Alright. Let's go and collect some stuff here. The more treasures, the more recipes we get for the trading system essentially. So they not only serve the money, you know, immediate money getting purpose, but also like long-term money. We need more money. Oh man. Dutch thinks it's always about money. Okay, we need more money, then we are out of our problems, you know. But in order to get more money, we get into new problems, which means we need even more money to solve them. It's a vicious cycle. But yeah, that's the plan, I guess. But you know, at one point, obviously, we all get to Tahiti and harvest mangoes. You know, that's the ultimate plan. Yeah, it's all part of a plan. Menor Mysteries. Alright, this is where we can retrieve a parcel for Achilles. That's apparently the former flat or house that Achilles and his family lived in before it burned down. No. Go for here. Okay, is it actually possible for Connor to go through this window? So every time you go up while being in this position, if you would go up now, because that's the most standard you can get, it goes to the left to right and then goes up. Well, I guess we don't do it like this then.
It would have burned had it not been here. Achilles will be pleased.
I missed a window of opportunity. We sure did, dude. It's great when, you know, Unity introduced the whole, like, press a button to go through a window mechanic. It really helps it being more consistent. It's a bit of a shame they didn't keep that in Origins, Odyssey, Valhalla. But just made it a parkour button. It just increases the fluidity if it's on another button and not any other action is associated with it in parkour. Okay, we can send our assassins out on another mission here. Let's see. Pennsylvania. White Marsh. The Commander-in-Chief has offered £10 to the person who can supply the best replacement for footwear made of rawhides. The Patriot Army is ill-equipped to say the least. The men at White Marsh need whatever supplies you can find. But that's true, and it took you a while to get used to getting through Windows in Unity, but now it's only every so often will Windows give you trouble. Yeah, that's true. It's definitely not perfect or flawless, but definitely is a more consistent way of getting by. Okay. It works.
cheerful diversion at all times of year.
That'll do nicely.
Alright. Let's go down here to the next chest. And we can check out the other homestead mission. Sarah, I was kind of thinking about when to play the Journey of King Washington DLC actually. So I was looking up, since there's still some historical part to it, right, where like Connor and George meet and touch the apple at the same time. I was kind of curious to see what year that was set in. And apparently it's not really stated in the DLC, but according to Wiki and everything, it's set 1 year after the main story ends. So if I would have to keep it historically accurate, I would have to finish with Tyranny of King Washington. And yeah, I don't know how I feel about that, to be honest. I kind of wanted to finish with Desmond's story. But yeah, I could just consider, I guess, that the end of the official history line and Tyranny just like an extra adventure or something.
Will be on display at the Guildhall this next week. Come see these innovative
Me. Oh yeah, that's what we're looking for. But you don't blame me for feeling that way about it. If it takes place a year after the events of the main game, could you switch to it before finishing the final modern day part of the main game? That's a good point, yeah, I could. But I'm not sure if I would, to be honest, because, I don't know, I guess it would kind of feel a bit disruptive to, you know, then play like 5 hours of, I guess, awful Connor storyline. To then finish with the epic Desmond kind of like ending. Would definitely be a good way to ensure that's the last thing I do, and technically it would even make sense, right, to do it that way, because it still requires Desmond to be in the Animus, so it'd be more like consistent with the modern day. I'm not sure about like the story flow, you know, like having kind of like anticlimactic Tyranny of King Washington storytelling in between. I'll probably just finish AC3 completely and then play Tyranny afterwards or something. But yeah, I'm still thinking about how and if I wanna play it, to be honest. Yeah, exactly. What would definitely be the way to go, like if you would want to do it like in like proper order, I guess, because yeah, Tyranny would require Desmond to still be in the Animus.
Be tried as he, bearing the same.
Okay, let's send the assassins out on more missions here. We have the last one in Massachusetts. Lift the siege. Henry Knox managed to bring the guns of Ticonderoga to Dorchester Heights with the help of the assassins. With a formidable battery in place on high ground, it's only a matter of time before General Ho realizes his position is untenable. Help expedite the process. And we have New York. Weakness at Ticonderoga. There's a hill overlooking Fort Ticonderoga that poses a significant threat of bombardment should the regulars haul any guns to its summit. Take Benedict Arnold and any other officers who care to listen and show them the weakness.
I have come to inquire on a package arriving from France on behalf of Lance O'Donnell.
Was picked up and signed for by his apprentice a couple of days back, Patrick O'Hara.
Patrick O'Hara is Mr. O'Donnell's former apprentice. Would you happen to know where he is?
Sure, he's been hanging around the docks the last few days. Should be round the way.
Here, take these pages and hide them. Don't let that guy get his hands on them.
What the fuck? Connor? Don't kill the doggo. What was that? what are these guys doing? I called them to shoot this guy and they just run away. Shit. My convoy is getting attacked. Okay, let's go ahead and take care of it. Got to skim through a video showing the final fight and the ending cutscene of Tyranny of King Washington to remind yourself of it. It still feels so disjointed from everything else Connor experienced in the main game. It really does, dude. You can completely tell it's like a different studio, you know, that didn't really wanna have the same approach at all. And I'm seriously reconsidering if I wanna play the DLC right now. Also with like the timing of it. It's actually down here. I mean, I guess what I could do instead is maybe find a video that does a good summary of like the DLC or something. Because the only reason I would play it is really just to showcase the story. Hey Lucinda, good morning. Welcome in. It's like they take the story moment in the main game when Juno speaks to Connor and his avatar's an ego and figured with the DLC that, well, we can take this to a whole new extreme with magic powers for him. Yeah, then also that the willow tree and the tea made from it is kind of like what gives him the superpowers. It's kind of like a weird logic. Also other things, you know, like Benjamin Franklin being possessed by the apple of Eden, and then Connor shoots an arrow into his back, and that like lifts the possession effect. It's kind of like that's not how it works.
Blessings on you, sir. Thank you.
It's utterly ridiculous. It should have just been a dream sequence or something, but with actual events as the bookends. Yeah, it would have been better to do it that way for sure. But alas, that's what we've gotten. Alright, let's go back to New York here. I want to do some assassination contracts.
What do you need, mein Freund?
What do you need, mein Freund? That's German. Okay, let's actually change your outfit. Also, if anybody wants to redeem the outfit change, it's activated again for 999 points.
To business.
To business. Okay, let's go ahead and buy some more stuff here. We need to do more trading. Okay, let's do some more crafting here. What can we get? How do I get bear grease? I guess I gotta get the recipe for it. Okay, let's get some barrels. Some belt buckets. Some black powder. And Rod, you chose Arno's outfit. Very, very nice. Thank you for picking that. Mon ami. Okay, let's also get some glass bottles. Some Lindsay Wussy. Weapon blades. Yeah, and handles. Right, we could craft more spirits, I guess. Sure thing. Let's make some more clothes, I guess, like boots, clothing, fine clothing, fine shoes. Could make more insect repellent. Yeah, sure thing. Can also make a skin irritation remedy. I mean, that sounds important. Let's craft some more barracks. Some blankets. And wolf pendants. We can also make some officer swords. Saddles. And torches. Yeah, that's it. Time to do some more trading, I guess. Our visa is still... Okay, 2 of them actually come back in 4 seconds, so we can wait for those to come back. There we go.
Mein Herr would like...
Mein Herr would like... Right, so first a change to Arno Dorian's outfit. Worn by Arno Victor Dorian, who was a member of the French Brotherhood of Assassins during the French Revolution. Okay. It also sells some fine hats. There we go. Time for assassinations.
You have my everlasting gratitude, sir.
Alright, so where are the assassination contracts? I have no idea. In that case, let's go up here and do another brawler mission. I actually quite like this outfit. It looks way darker than Arno's regular outfit in Unity, but does have a nice like silhouette to it. The merchant.
Another one. Standing toe to toe. This is easy. Won't get far with me on my feet.
This cat doesn't have a lot of weaknesses.
Won't get far with me on my feet.
That's one of them.
Standing toe to toe. This is easy. Try and get me down. Oof! That's smart.
Yeah, I wonder as well. It looks a bit more like the Dark Assassin outfit from Rogue actually than Arno's outfit. Now there's the assassin symbol again down there. That's really weird. Let's start that again. Talk to that guy again. Ah, okay, now they spawned. I was a bit too quick there to fast travel, I think. Okay. Let's go ahead and seek out some of these assassination missions.
Thank you.
That scream though. Amazing. Alright, let's go to the next one.
The New York Morning Post. A penny's worth, indeed. Need help over here. Stop it.
This way.
Hit assassination. Amazing. Where's the target? Ah, up there. There we go. It works. Alright. We have another one up here. And one over there. Let's go over here first. Hey Veroni, welcome in, dude. Good morning to you. Okay, let's send the assassins out on more missions here. We have the last mission for New York. Standoff at Walloomsek. General John Stark and Lieutenant Colonel Frederick Baum are currently in a standoff as rainstorms have hit Walloomsek, New York. Given the circumstances, the Patriots have a good chance of victory. Weaken the British cause by dispatching Colonel Baum. And we have Pennsylvania. A blow for the First Nations. George Dorrance is a Templar and responsible for the displacement of several Iroquois villages. Find them in Wyoming, Pennsylvania, and end his life. And we have Maryland. A quiet task. The delegates of the Maryland Congress are at it again. A consensus must be reached if they are to remain a state. Quietly help the congressmen come to a resolution.
Whether you're a farmer with a bumper crop but all your fishing needs comes to Captain Horn.
Right, and I believe it leaves us with one more assassination contract up here. Let's check it out. What's this guy doing? Some parkour while chasing a guy. Seems legit. Alright, but yeah, that's all the assassination contracts done in New York for now. Let's have a quick look at the DNA tracker here to see how many there are in total. Okay, so we're currently 2/3 for the assassination contracts here. I reckon the others might spawn at a later point, because I believe that's all there is currently. Let's have another look into Boston just to see if any spawn there. Ah, nice, that's actually the last brawler mission now. That's cool. It's kind of like a tournament type of quest, I believe.
Fight! Chin up! A mighty blow! On his back! Can't win a fight if you can't take a hit! Well struck! Shake it off! Well struck! Oh!
Wow. Yeah, let's take a sword to a fist fight.
Chin up! Well struck! You've got him on the back foot! That's my man! Winner!
What an asset.
Fight! A mighty blow! He's down! Well struck! You've got him on the back foot! Yeah! Pounder!
Never have too many friends.
You've got him on the back foot! Stand tough! Yeah! Pounder!
Jesus Christ, the crowd is against us.
Oh! That's my man! Winner! Looks like we got a real contender. Fight! Can't win a fight if you can't take a hit!
Somebody poison us.
You might want to hurry up.
A mighty blow! He's down!
Everybody's not playing fair right now.
Yeah! Pound down!
Not well.
Well struck!
You might want to hurry up.
Chin up!
Hey, the dame. Welcome in.
Yeah! Pound down! He's unstoppable!
Maybe he had like a needle in between his fists or something.
Fight! You've got him on the back foot! Well struck! That was nothing! Oh! Stand tough!
The fuck? That's unfair.
That was nothing! Well
The
struck!
twins.
Can't win a fight if you can't take a hit! Boom!
That's not how you play the game.
Stand tough! Yeah! Pound down! Stand tough! Oh!
What the fuck? There.
Can't win a fight if you can't take a hit!
Yeah, this fight is something, listener.
Dance with the best, all like the rest. We have a new champion!
I like how she still lays on the ground there. Amazing. But yeah, Connor's officially the champion. That finishes the Brawler questline as well. Oh yeah?
The news of our times in today's
Alright, so I believe that's oversight stuff in both Boston and New York we currently have available. Let's head back to the homestead, because I believe there should be some missions that spawned now that we both got something for Lance, but also the Paso for Achilles. Thanks, Ronnie.
I have the painting you sent me for. Would you like some help hanging it?
Maybe not just yet.
Man, Achilles is such a great character, you know. Such a small moment, but it's so impactful, you know, because of course, because of what's on the painting, you know, like his family, his dead wife and son, who also was called Connor, which shows us something about how he feels about Armageddon, you know, giving him the same name.
What is it, old man?
Just an old painting.
I have gathered that much. Why will you not open it?
It is something close to me. Something that I can't bear to look at just yet. Perhaps someday I will muster up the courage to gaze upon it again. But not yet.
I think with how bright that was, you will never have a chance to gaze at it again. Some of the lighting bugs in this remastered version is actually quite funny, like that one. It would give you some massive burn-in. Yeah, no kidding. The worst.
I have your plans. What are they for?
You got them! This, Connor, is the design for a chair that folds. Genius! You won't regret this.
Yeah, a foldable chair. It's kind of funny how, you know, we take it for a given that that's like invented. But yeah, if you actually don't have it, you know, it really leads to like storage issues if you want to have like a lot of chairs. Indeed, all the plans. That would be proud.
Connor! Great timing! I was just getting underway on something that might be of interest to you.
What is that?
Those plans you retrieved for me.
And believe you me, they were worth all the fuss. A folding chair.
I do not follow you.
It's a chair that folds, Connor. You can fold it right up and stack them, store them, transport them. I could have 1,000 chairs in my back room. It's simple brilliance, and I am going to make a fortune.
A folding chair. Well, I wish you the best with it.
You'll see, Connor. You'll see.
It's kind of funny as well that his hood is actually like a little bit crooked. Like that's also not how Connor's hood looks like. It's almost like they misaligned his face with a hood or something. Right? Well, never mind. Let's have a look at the assassins here. There's more colonies to take over. We have the last mission in Pennsylvania. The Patriot Mutiny. The Pennsylvania line is restless and threatening to defect to the regulars. With the new year fast approaching, the high level of drinking is severe. Blend into the crowd and quell and descend before it gets out of control. And we have Maryland, the last mission. Confirming control. Reports suggest the Templars have left Maryland altogether. Travel to Annapolis and confirm the information. If you find any trace of Templar influence, eliminate it. Alright. Okay, that's almost everything in the homestead. There's some more dialogue though we have with Achilles, it seems. I can't believe we're almost done with the Colonial Saga. But yeah, it's been really fun actually playing, you know, through the games in historical order. I feel like also starting with Black Flag is actually quite nice, you know, like considering Edward is the grandfather to Connor. Does give like a nice feeling of progression of time.
Connor, I'm so glad you're here. The plans I bought, they weren't just a folding chair. Oh no, they had something else with them. Something quite astonishing. A flying machine designed by Leonardo da Vinci himself. And I've built it. Ha! You can be the first to try it if you like. You'll be able to fly, soar like an eagle.
And it works?
Da Vinci was one of the greatest minds in human history. As brilliant a man as there has ever been. You can be certain it works. Would you like to try?
Yes. Such a device would certainly prove useful.
Makossa, shoot! Shoot the flying demon! Such a nice Easter egg quest here. To a flying machine in, you know, the Ezio games. But yeah, unfortunately, we can't fly though. Missing the fire sources. That's something that Lance didn't think of. But we need fire to sustain the flight and extend it. But it's kind of funny because that's how the first flight was for Connor, right? For Ezio. He fell into the water and crashed the flying machine. But it almost feels like they changed Connor's character model to make him more lean, or maybe it's just the new outfits for this version. You know, I actually thought the same earlier, especially when he was doing the brawling tournament mission, when he kind of like crossed his arms. He looked much skinnier for some reason. I don't know if it's the outfit. You know, but it definitely seems not as bulky as he seems otherwise. Remember the first in the first Red Dead Redemption versus Stranger mission where the guy is trying to build a flying machine? I think I remember that as well, yeah. If it's time I play Red Dead Redemption 1, I wanna do all the stranger missions I can find. Like anything of like story relevance. So I will certainly be doing that one as well. But yeah, it's gonna be so good, you know, finally playing the game on the proper console, not like an emulator. Yeah, for sure, he seems quite a bit skinnier. But yeah, maybe it's the outfit that, you know, just makes him bulkier with like the regular con outfit. I've redid all the character models for remaster, but whether to that extent is hard to tell. It's going to make the experience so different for you on replay. It really will, you know, not having to worry about any performance issues. Really be able to enjoy shootouts as well, which of course this game lives from. Okay, so that's all the homestead done in Davenport. I'm gonna recheck all the locations again, just to see if there's any additional dialogue that spawned or any other homestead mission. But I think that's it up until this point, so we can focus on main story for now, I believe. But yeah, the order of events now is sequence 10 in 1778. And then we have the Benedict Arnold Dlc in 1780 before we go and finish the rest of it. So yeah, we're quite close to the end here. Let's go to Boston. Right, nothing here either. In that case, let's go to New York and then it's time for main story. Unless there's a homestead mission here, but yeah, there isn't. Okay. I should probably go and refill my ammunition and stuff for. Let's do that real quick, just in case. You never know if you need it for like any optional objectives or something like that.
Mein Herr would like...
Ein Herr would like... Okay, we can actually do some more trading as well. Let's go ahead and buy some resources yet again. What can we craft? Let's have a look. I can get the naval convoy capacity upgrade, but I can't get the naval convoy yet. Oh, let's get the capacity upgrade, I guess. Doesn't hurt to already have it. Okay, then we can make more barrels, some belt buckets, more black powder, buttons, flints, glass bottles, ink, Olense Wuse, weapon blades and weapon handles. Okay. And make more fine clothing. Always a good thing to trade and craft. We could make some tool belts. Sure thing. We can make poison. I mean, yes. And more skin irritation remedy. Sure thing. We can make some more lanterns. And woodworking tools. Some blankets. Ammunition. Okay. There we go. Time to do some trading. I'm definitely gonna sell some more fine clothing because it sounds the best so far. What else? I think bandages sell quite well. Yeah, definitely right. And what else? Playing cards. Yeah, and playing cards actually sell really well. Look at that. I wonder if those are Gwen cards. But I can only sell 2 of them. Well, let's sell 2 to this guy. And then also some cider. Playing cards. Did someone say Gwent? Indeed. It's kind of funny you can craft playing cards. So I guess now we learned who's actually making all of those. We can thank Connor for that. Right, but yeah, with everything refilled, let's go and finally start sequence 10. Before we do that though, one more thing. I want to check the database if there's like any character entries or event entries I might have missed. Okay, no people entries, no event entries. That means you're up to date with anything of like story relevance. Sequence 10. Alternate methods.
We need to know what the Loyalists are planning, if we're to put an end to this.
I've tried, but the soldiers themselves are told nothing now, only to await orders from above.
Keep digging. Come find me when you have something worth sharing. We're so close to victory. A few more well-placed attacks and we'll be able to put an end to the Civil War and be rid of the Crown.
What do you intend?
Well, nothing at the moment, since we're completely in the dark.
I thought the Templars had eyes and ears everywhere.
Oh, we did. Until you started cutting them off.
Your contact said orders from above. It tells us exactly what we need to do. Track down the Loyalist commanders.
Connor's so smart. Haven didn't ever think of that. Say, what am I to do? They said orders from above. I have no idea what to do with that information. Connor's like, well, how about finding the ones who are above? But the Haven is so smart, right? Planning is very important. Always gotta have a backup plan for the backup plan as well, you know, just in case. Yeah, exactly, Lucinda. It's not that hard, Haven. Where are you going, Haven? You can just go on the ground, you know that? Guess you just want to post a little. But I'm so smart, smart. Yeah, the smartest of the smartest.
Have you considered the proposal? I'm unconvinced. To reinforce them would leave New York exposed. It's hard enough maintaining order with our current numbers. Cut in half?
Yet if we do not join with them, they risk defeat. And then what?
Well, they should have come by sea.
Well, they're talking in circles. We'll learn nothing watching as we are.
Then what do you propose we do? March in there and demand answers?
Well, yes.
Ambush!
Connor? Little help here?
Leave the commanders alive, Connor. We can interrogate them.
So we gotta use these guys as human shields here, so let's take care of it first. One. That's one. There we go. Gonna kill these guys.
We'll bring them back to my quarters at Fort George and see what secrets they might share. Really? Well, you'd best get after him then.
You go. I will watch the prisoners.
No, you do it.
Why me?
Because I said so. Now go.
Jesus Christ, save him. He'll be such an asshead as well. Yeah, I believe we have to take him from above here. I do. Lucinda, am I finishing the AC3 story today? How much more is left? So at this point, we're almost done with the game. There's 3 sequences left in total, with 7 missions left at this point. So 7 main missions, and then I'm basically done with all of the side stuff at this point, except for the homestead. So we have like a handful of missions left there. But it's really not much. It's 1 there, 2 here. So 3 homestead missions, 7 main story missions, a couple assassination contracts, and then we're done, essentially. Not sure if we quite get to the ending. It kind of like depends when we will be having dinner today. But yeah, it's supposed to be a bit later, so might be able to get there in time. I'm still kind of debating if I should play the Tyranny of King Washington DLC afterwards, because I kind of want to end with the main game, not with the DLC. I don't have the biggest fan of the DLC either. So I'll probably, when I have my break, I'll probably have a look if there's like a good summary of the Tyranny of King Washington DLC. That maybe we watch it together or something. Because I'm not sure if I'm really in the mood to play it. It's kind of like a storytelling mess. But yeah, we're quite close to the ending. So definitely good chance of getting there today. What exactly, Dr. White? Yeah, I was like, that voice sounded similar. Because I'm your father and I said so. Yeah, it's a bit ridiculous. Okay, this one is a bit tricky. You really gotta find the best timing to take it from above. But yeah, let's see if we can pull it off.
Help! I need help! Come no closer!
Yeah, the best way to do it is actually from over here. Jesus Christ, Connor, seriously? Fucked up. Okay, we got a reload checkpoint. I pressed the tackle button, but he went for parkour down instead, which is the same action, to be fair. But yeah, that's what makes it a bit tricky. I think gotta be a bit higher and then try again when he's actually running in front of us. Help! I need help.
Come no closer! Stop him! To arms, men!
So I could take him here already, but not gonna be doing that.
Keep him away from me!
Ah, Jesus Christ, Connor, seriously. Why didn't you do it? Okay, another try.
Help! I need help!
Help.
Come no closer! Stop him! To arms, men! To arms! Save me! Keep him away from me!
There we go. Finally.
Move.
Go to hell!
I said move.
Yeah, this part is annoying, Rod.
Wait. I'll tell
You
you.
know what I'm talking about?
Anything, only don't make
We
me
just
go
have
in
some
there.
questions for you.
Cross that threshold and I'm a dead man.
There you are, Connor. I was worried you might have gotten lost. Come along, then.
Come along, then. I just killed 2 of your other buddies. Even though they told me the truth. Even be like. Kind of funny that you can trigger the animation without actually hitting him. The fail animation. That's funny.
What are the British planning?
To march from Philadelphia. That city's finished. New York's the key. They'll double our numbers, push back the rebels.
When do they begin?
2 days from now.
June 18th. I must warn Washington.
You see? That wasn't so very difficult now, was it?
I've told you everything. Now let me go.
Of course. The other two said the same. It must be true.
You killed him. You killed all of them. Why?
They'd have warned the Loyalists.
You could have held him until the fight was done.
What? And waste precious time and money on their care? What would be the point? They'd given up everything they knew. I'll meet you at Valley Forge.
Jesus Christ, save him. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Where I think it's really difficult to have sympathies for Haven because, I mean, he gets the same information from all 3 guys, you know, so they all tell the truth. They don't try to deceive or anything. They, you know, kind of like, you know, submit in a way. Yet he still kills them because he's like, you know, it's just too much of a buffer keeping them alive. I would have to make sure they don't tell anybody. You know, like, he's cold-blooded as heck at this point of the story. He's definitely different at the beginning of AC3, I would say. He's a bit more tempered and soft-mannered, but at this point, you know, he just doesn't give a fuck anymore. He just kills anybody who's a potential issue. And Baker O'Connor the Savage, yeah, no kidding. Right, I think it's time to warn Washington. Time to go to fort. Or the fort, rather. Hey Vitor, welcome in. Yeah, I have a reward for channel points where people can change my outfit. And Rod changed it earlier to Arno's outfit.
What's your pleasure today?
Quite a nice weather right now. Oh nice, we can send our assassins on our missions again. We actually have everything conquered except for Virginia. Okay. Dunmore's Guardian Angel. The Templars have dispatched an agent to kill the governor of Virginia, Lord Dunmore, intercept the man and end him before he can complete his mission. Okay, so you guys could do that actually. And then we can just do some spare missions for the assassins that aren't the highest rank yet. So we have, let's see. I want to go for some that are a bit shorter, so they level up faster. Like this one. Training. Use the facilities in the manor at the homestead to hone your skills. 90%. Okay, let's just make sure he's successful, so I'm gonna assign this guy as well. Sequence 10. Broken Truss.
We should be sharing what we know with Lee, not Washington.
You seem to think I favor him, but my enemy is a notion, not a nation. It is wrong to compel obedience, whether to the British Crown or the Templar Cross. And I hope in time the Loyalists will see this too, for they are also victims.
You oppose tyranny, injustice. These are just symptoms. Their true cause is human weakness. Why do you think I keep on trying to show you the error of your way?
You have said much, yes, but you have shown me nothing.
Then we'll have to remedy that then, won't we?
You had so many options to show, or opportunities to show him.
Sir.
But you didn't.
Hello, Connor. What brings you here?
The British have recalled their men in Philadelphia. They march for New York.
Very well. I'll move our forces to Monmouth. If we can rout them, we'll have finally turned the tide.
And what's this?
Private
Well,
correspondence.
of course it is. Would you like to know what it says, Connor? It seems your good friend here has just ordered an attack on your village. Although attack might be putting it mildly. Well, tell him, Commander.
We've been receiving reports of Allied natives working with the British. I've asked my men to put a stop to it.
By burning their villages and salting the land, by calling for their extermination, according to this letter. Not the first time either. Tell them what you did 14 years ago.
That was another time. The 7 Years' War.
And so now you see what happens to this great man when under duress. He makes excuses, displaces blame, does a great many things, in fact, except take responsibility!
Enough! Who did what and why must wait. My people come first.
Then let's be off.
No. You and I are finished.
Son.
Do you think me so soft that by calling me son, I might change my mind? How long did you sit on this information, or am I to believe you discovered it now? My mother's blood may stain another's hands, but Charles Lee is no less a monster, and all he does by your command. A warning to you both. Choose to follow me or oppose me, and I will kill you.
So, what I find interesting about this dialogue here, right, is that Haven says, tell him what happened 14 years ago. So, if we look at the timeline, right, we're currently in 1778. 14 years ago would have been 1764. So if we go to 1764, that's 4 years after the burning happened on Connor's village. So whatever event Haven is referencing here isn't the actual burning of Connor's village. And I feel like this might be actually, like, either this is a really grave error, but I can't imagine it is, because they would know the timeline, right? Like, they wouldn't say 14 years if they wouldn't be sure that's what they mean. So,
I'll make my own luck.
So, yeah, the whole, like, burning, you know, it didn't happen at the same time. Like, it was 4 years afterwards. And it's, of course, no coincidence, you know, that Charles Lee is there to attack one of the native charts to then tell him how their kind doesn't deserve to live. And then Connor awakes and, you know, his village is burning. Even though, you know, Lee was even working on the Patriot side already at that point. You know, he was, like, working for both sides, trying to get whatever information necessary for the Templars. So it's very much possible that, yeah, the Patriots may be ordered, or maybe even the Loyalists ordered, you know, the burning of some villages. But Lee was there to, you know, do it. It would be, for one, way too much of a coincidence. And second, you know, what Haven references here isn't the same year that the burning took place either. But I think it's really great they, you know, actually showcase that Washington has, you know, done stuff like that. It's like, he did burn down native villages. He was a slave owner. He did all of those things. But I think it's really interesting with the timeline, you know, how that doesn't align there. Where Haven tries to imply that Washington ordered, you know, also the initial burning of the village, because I don't think he even was in, you know, like a position at that point where he could have ordered that either. So, yeah. Washington was a hero, but no one said he was a saint. Yeah, for sure. He wasn't at all. Okay, let's try this mission here again, because apparently my assassins failed. So the year 14 years prior would have been 1764. And the burning on Connor's village happened in 1760. So 4 years after the supposed burning of Connor's village. Haven is like a Palpatine trying to slowly push Connor to the other side. Yeah, and Haven also seems to lie a lot as well, you know. Like, there's been multiple scenarios where he wasn't telling the truth from what we've gathered so far. So, yeah, I don't think it's out of the question that he was maybe also lying about, or trying to make Connor believe that Washington was responsible for the burning of his village, even though there's not really much to support that, especially with the year now that he mentioned. And I really can't imagine Ubisoft intentionally saying 14 years, but then messing up the timeline. Like, they have a, you know, like set timeline for all the events in this game. So doing a mistake like that really doesn't seem like something they would do. Hey Vertalion, welcome in. Good mornings. Claiming the first. I'm actually surprised nobody else claimed that yet. Hope you're doing well. Okay, so we can't touch the ground for this mission here. Gotta stay on horseback. Let's select the Royal Pistol here. Ich habe some updates here. Very well, thanks. Bit tired, but all good. Hope everything is well in here. That's good to hear, Tylian. I'm glad you're doing well. And yeah, it's going very good. Getting ever closer to the ending of AC3. We're in the third last sequence right now. So yeah, not much more. What's happening? There's dramatic music playing. Yeah, we're trying to stop the people that are ordering the attack on Connor's village. So, yeah, trying to stop them right now. So an update for Guts the Zio here, that's Connor's mother. Well, that makes slightly more sense. It seems the Templars weren't behind the burning of Connor's village. You can thank George Washington for that. I'm guessing that part of Washington's military career didn't make it into your history books, but then so many things didn't. So that's interesting as well, right? Like Sean says it wasn't the Templars, it was Washington. But it really doesn't align with the 14 years. So does that indicate that they actually mean to say Washington was behind it? Because it doesn't line up with the year. You know, like, why would Haven say 14 years? If it was 18 years ago. Maybe they initially planned on having that whole sequence take place earlier? But yeah, it almost seems like it must have been a mistake now, right? Like, if they actually point out in the database that Washington was it. I know, just a really confusing kind of like fact or aspect of a story, I think, that they don't really seem to make like a clear statement. Or they just, you know, say like things like, it's been 14 years even though it hasn't. But yeah, I think canon-wise it's considered that Washington did it. And it wasn't Lee, but I still think it's too much of a coincidence that he was there moments before. Also, hey Vamola, welcome in dude. It's going very well, playing some AC3 today. Getting closer to the ending of this playthrough. How are you doing? Washington's lack of skill didn't go unremarked either. Chartsey lost faith in him completely, never going quite so far as to disobey Washington's orders, but not following them promptly either. Then in 1777 and 78, Washington had to defend himself against the Kenway cabal, which threatened to replace him with General Horatio Gates. However, Washington's strength lay in politics, and leading the army was much about politics as it was about winning battles. Washington had to negotiate between the varying interests of the army, the individual colonies, and Congress, and not just for instructions on how to wage a war, but also for basic supplies for the troops. By all accounts, he must have been extremely patient trying to get politicians to give you anything is like trying to get a dog to give up a bone. Actually, my money would be on the dogs, who will occasionally listen to reason. Whatever the criticism of Washington's military strengths, the bottom line is that he won eventually. When the revolution ended, he was the unanimous choice for president, a credit to the fact that he managed to both win the war and not alienate anyone in the Congress. Of course, if you're looking for something to criticize Washington for, you don't have to look far. He ordered the total ruin of indigenous settlements during the Sullivan Expedition, not to mention he was a plantation owner, which meant he owned more than 200 slaves. And while yes, his vote did provide for them being freed after both he and his wife were dead and wouldn't need them anymore. I don't really consider that particularly altruistic. Oh, I'm ending on a low note? Sorry, I'm here to teach you history, not soothe your sense of national pride. Damn, Sean is a savage. I love it. Mola doing well. Got your coffee next to you to start this day. Feeling good. Very nice, dude. That's great to hear. Hope you enjoy the coffee. Okay, let me actually look something up here. I wanna see when the Sullivan Expedition was again. Exactly. Okay, yeah, that's basically in 79, so it still has to happen. It's not like anything that already has happened in the story. Huh. But yeah, okay. Let's have a look if there's any other updates here for characters. Got a new event. Ah, there it is. The Sullivan Expedition was Washington's response to several raids by British and Iroquois groups along the northern frontier. Forces under Joseph Brant and John Butler had attacked forts and settlements in the Wyoming and Cherry valleys, killing and scalping women and children as well as militia. Washington's orders were very clear. In order to root out the problem, Sullivan was to attack and burn as many Iroquois settlements as he could find, and take as many prisoners as he could. Sullivan complied, burning 40 Iroquois villages and destroying an estimated 160,000 bushels of corn. His troops also answered previous atrocities with their own, scalping bodies and burning people alive in cabins. Sullivan didn't limit his troops to active enemies either. He also attacked the Onondaga, who had stayed neutral during the war. This attack had the unsurprising effect of making the Onondaga into enemies of the Patriots. In the end, the Sullivan Expedition failed to stop raids in the area. Both continued throughout the Revolution, as each side sought to get revenge for the violence of the other. The repeated attack on both sides eventually laid waste to the entire Kanyen'kehá:ka territory, also known as Mohawk Valley, and the land around it. Possibly because of the Sullivan Expedition, George Washington became known among the Iroquois as the Town Destroyer. Although the origin of the nickname is historically contested, he might have already earned it destroying towns during the French and Indian War. Now that's a mark of great statesman. It's hard to tell when he got a reputation for scorched earth policies, because he did it so much. Jesus, hit him. Connor. Can you fucking hit him? Thank you very much. What was that? Okay, there we go.
I should make sure the village is safe.
That's what you read about when looking that he was given that name, and one source says 1753, but you're not sure about any specific village burning he ordered in 1760 that could line up with what Haven says in the game. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, when Haven says 14 years, it seems like he's intentionally referencing the burning of a village, but it really doesn't line up. But it's good to know that he did it as early as 53, because then at least it would make sense that he could have done it in 60, you know. Thanks for looking that up, Rod. At least it makes sense in that regard, you know. Okay, we still can't leave the horse here. We still have to stay on ground. Just want to have a look here at the army. The Patriots that are preparing for the attack on the Mohawk village. Jesus. It's kind of funny at this point. I usually forget about the optional objective to stay on the horse though. But yeah, you gotta stay on the horse until you reach the last checkpoint here. But don't worry, Sanny, you were definitely curious yourself about it. You guess we could also take it as about 1760 as well, even though he doesn't say the word about... Yeah, I guess it's implied, so I just take it as like an error that Ubisoft did there. For whatever reason. And just accept, I guess, that it was Washington. But it doesn't take away from, you know, what Lee did regardless, I guess, you know. It taking like a charge and saying what he did about, you know, how he thinks about the Mohawk people. The way he says it could definitely, you know, imply that... I mean, he later even says that he wants to burn down his village and the homestead as well. And kill everyone that's dear to Connor, so yeah. He ain't no saint either.
Radun hagedun. Za shewe nekti ohnujera. Wakanu dunyu we dogati go oya rungwe ayezenesege.
Unka giga oya rungwe.
De ohne gujes Charles Lee. Luana tukwa yasagoya donhawe kono dogu dano dohkara ni hadi.
Nahoda ka numwe ni honenu.
Wa de sagodi dashtana tini hadi ayunki hunta.
Ja, jättet kari huajeri.
Ona jera di desa niku hare. Ja kontat desa duhuntoni negiga ne ayaguaderio.
Onneksi jasjaga ne. Tietom zohunta kedasten.
Yeah, gotta stop the kind of hack attack so it doesn't escalate. But we have to do with non-default methods because, of course, we won't kill them. Yeah, exactly, Rod, you know, like... May isn't responsible for the burning of a village, but that doesn't take away from, you know, what horrible of a human he is. I love that music.
May you walk the land of the Duat.
Yeah, not these guys, though. Yeah, exactly, Rod. It's really like, you know, it really hurts Connor to do this. Like such a struggle he goes through, you know, trying to protect his people.
Skana kana dogo.
Dunha gedum. The wase danica.
Na hoda.
Gwegum ha crori ne Charles Lee. But triot de hona dohon zonia yung kia wanto. Danu gan easy on say na what is it?
Atsoga tigarungwe.
Waharu zi dizat ni gura denu. Zia sade ni anda do squat ni gura gani. Nik zi ona gan rune de. Zi gwan ho garum de.
De got nyo ska agi.
Gwanek di gwan nyo ska zi wat gwanya has ene asquaya danu statsege. Da yuzat ni gura di hanto. Danu what diz want daksa de nezungwe da sum.
Zadarissa.
Unga dorissa no na zaheyum. Yao tena, that is a dansum. Zigado headstane. Radun hagedum. Charles Lee, Mountmouth, was at the hajib. Asagonat dumase. Zina hold number 3 hot. Ranadeno Yuni. Jurhan Saga. Asagonasete. On doctangi camoterio. Ronudio hot quenu. Ungenungue da summa. O diatanum statunge.
Iwe reya nawadu taingwaya tanustaduge. Ona wasadarissa yung jadaro.
Man, rest in peace. Dokon. You know, death could have been so easily avoided if it wasn't for Charlesley, you know, like. But it's really well done, I think, the whole foreshadowing for why Dokon would eventually believe, you know, that Connor was, you know, on the side of the Patriots, because, I mean, Connor did, you know, support the Patriots a lot of the time. But yeah, Charlesley not use that against Connor by you know, telling the people, for more people, that the Patriots are both attacking them, which was true. And Connor did support them, you know, in a way, but he didn't support the burning, obviously. You know, he was against that. But it was too late to change Dokon's minds at this point. But yeah, you know, like, what is Haven saying about this, you know? That Charlesley is using the supposed burning of a village that Haven is so against, you know, exposing George Washington, to, you know, make, you know, them kill each other. Is that better? No, it's not. Does Haven do anything against it? He doesn't. He just leaves Charlesley be, you know, and accepts whatever he does. Never, like, you know, giving him, like, something like a pat on the hand or something. Or like a hit on the hand, I guess. He just doesn't do anything about it. But another example of how cunning Templars can be and manipulative. Exactly, dude. The way Connor pets his body too. Yeah. Oh man. His oldest friend, you know. The blood is on Lee's hand. He will get his 100%. Yeah, that whole scene later in the game when Connor actually finds Lee, you know, and ends it. It's just so well done, I feel, as well. It's actually one of my favorite scenes in this game because it completely communicates it without any dialogue whatsoever. And that's really strong when you know you can pull that off without it kind of like feeling a bit weird or something. Rodhaven thought he had a big hand to play in order to sway Connor to his and the Templar side of things. That's true as well, yeah. Definitely tried actively to manipulate Connor as well to be favoring the Templar cause eventually. Here we've got an update for Ganondukon. The disagreement came to a head when Ganondukon confronted Connor with knowledge that his loyalist allies had planned an attack on their village. In the ensuing fight, Connor was forced to kill his friend. So annoying when that happens. Right, Sean. Okay, I want to bring Ganondukon back to the village here. We can also talk with the clan elder, I think. The clan mother. We can't really give him proper burial, but at least we're gonna bring him back to a village. The colloquial conversation in this documentation is so strange to you. Right? Eva Xenoraptor, welcome in. Can I talk to you? Back. Why did she go away? Lady, I need to talk to you. Okay, let's just fast travel here so we can do it. I wish I made the animation for dropping his body more respectful than for enemy characters. I think the same, actually, you know, like every time I do it. It doesn't seem right, you know, just like throwing him into the ground like that. You think bringing his body in there causes this to happen? Ah, does it? Okay, yeah, that makes sense, I guess.
Oh, na hoda desa ni gun hare radun hagedu.
Kana dogu ramaheo.
Oh, na awa ne.
Ya tak kweni kwa oriwio agiru.
Tiun kwe hun esera denyo di tara kwa ti ene kono kwa di ya da hunada kwe. Jinua ya de dewa derio. Doga ona ya ka hewe ya da yung kwa di huayanda she tona ya dewa yere.
Ya. Dewesek. I umjunhuza ne gaa.
Next ji doni gari wesh. Oh niyo ji ayu kwa garunya de.
Angwaya danosta de.
Kwa dere ya taya dewa gani da ya dewa deni dina honda dawe. Doga era andewe de negon on ojunhunjake. Ya taya dewa tka o jini gwari hoda. Da weriane dewa hawi jini jugwenu.
Ya ta Onik zi azawa der harade. Kaknigariwe segu de wagaduhunzoni.
A little bit more time. Well, a little bit more time is too much time, unfortunately.
Teo da hunjo hunrona jage da yaguataro. Onwakto gase, Gina Honda Owado Nagayero.
Alright, let's have a dialogue with the clan mother for now. Let's have a quick look at the DNA tracker here. So there's still one mission left in sequence 10, the Battle of Moth. The Continental Army led by Charles Lee is preparing to flank the British on their march to New York. No doubt he intends Templar treachery. He must be stopped. Alright, let's do it.
Come to buy or sell?
Yeah, Connor looks so much bulkier in his regular outfit in comparison to Arno's. Actually insane. Difference.
Position for as long as it takes. If the enemy is allowed to push through, we will lose what precious little ground we have gained. The sacrifices your brothers have made today must not have been in vain. Now go! Bring the fight to our enemy! Make them rue the day they marched upon us!
The Battle of Moth.
Connor, my friend, you have arrived just in time to bear witness to our glorious victory.
Where is Charles Lee?
That Batar. He shows up in the middle of our preparations and just takes charge. Screams at everyone to advance, and then rides away. I am left to pick up the pieces. Where did they come from? Send word that we are falling back! Everyone, to me! Now! Now!
I will hold the area while you bring them to safety.
I grant you my finest soldiers to serve as your personal guard. There is nothing they will not do to ensure you are victorious. Bonne chance, mon ami.
Bonne chance.
Push these redcoats back yet?
Okay, we gotta kill 2 platoons using 1 cannonball. That's a bit tricky.
That should slow them down. Bought us some time, sir. A perfect shot!
Okay, that works.
We'll push these
Of the important objective here.
Bought us some time, sir!
Yeah, go. Yeah, you like the cannon firing listener? And you might also enjoy mission at the start of Brotherhood. It's the first time you could like shoot cannons like that.
Bought us some time, sir! We'll push these redcoats back yet?
It's kind of funny how chilled they are. They're going down here.
That should slow them down. We'll push these redcoats back yet? Bought us some time, sir. That should slow them down. Bought us some time, sir. A perfect shot! We are low on ammunition, sir, and the enemy advances.
Then we need to pull back, rejoin the others, and cover their escape.
The Battle of Moth wasn't particularly significant strategically, but it was an important proving ground for Washington and the Continental Army. It was also a near disaster, but I'm getting ahead of myself, and that's naughty. Once the British learned that the French had joined the Revolutionary War, British troops were ordered to withdraw from Philadelphia and march to New York City. It's quite a march. I bet they couldn't wait for the invention of a motor car. The Continental Army was just finishing its winter at Valley Forge, and George Washington was anxious to try his newly trained troops. He decided to take the British column in an attempt to delay it or stop it entirely. Washington chose Sharpsley to lead the advance guard in the attack. At first he said no, saying that the British troops should be left alone. However, when Washington ignored his protest and offered the command to the Marquis de Lafayette instead, Lee agreed to fight. These troops caught up to the British column at the Monmouth courthouse and attacked. The day was hot, more than 100 Fahrenheit, and soldiers on both sides dropped from heat exhaustion. Despite the weather, the Continental Army was doing well until Lee mysteriously ordered a retreat, a move that still confuses modern historians. People must have thought he was quite the pacifist for such a warrior. Oh, of course people didn't know what you and I know now. It's nice if you're clever, isn't it? First time for you? Anyway, Lee's plan backfired. Washington arrived to find his troops retreating, but rallied them and attacked again. The two armies fought until nightfall, when the British sneaked away under cover of darkness, leaving the Continental Army victorious, but the British Army well on its way to New York. Still, it was proof that Washington troops were finally a match for the British. He better secured Washington's reputation and destroyed Lee's. He was arrested, court-martialed, and kicked out of the army entirely. Yeah, I love these comments by Sean. First time for you? It's nice if you're clever, isn't it? Amazing. Jesus Christ. Want to have horse. Come on, horsey. Okay, never mind. Gotta save these guys here.
Back to the other. I will take care of this.
Gotta prevent all of the executions here. Let's keep on going. Don't need to fight everybody, just gotta prevent the execution. That's another one.
Go! I can deal with this!
best effort.
Do not worry about the redcoats. Go join the others.
Well done, my friend. You have saved many lives today.
Connor?
Charles Lee has betrayed you. He forced retreat in the midst of battle, hoping the lost would take the lives of your men and see you relieved of your command.
What?
I'm sure he will come and spin a tale saying that he was outnumbered or I was somehow to blame. All lies. I will say it one last time. That man is your enemy, and he will not stop until you are dead or dishonored.
Connor's tale rings true. Lee was acting most odd upon the battlefield.
I will investigate these allegations at once.
The time for that is long past.
This must be done properly, else we're no better than those we oppose. Never mind the political ramifications of such an act.
Should you choose to spare Lee's life, then I will take it myself. Enjoy your victory, Commander. It will be the last I deliver you.
There we go. That's the end of sequence 10.
Something's happened, Desmond. Abstergo has your dad.
Where? Italy. Same place they were holding you.
What are you two waiting for? Let's go!
There's more.
Hello again, Mr. Miles. I hope this message finds you well, or as well as it can, all things considered. It appears we now each have something the other desires. I propose a trade. Bring me the apple, and I'll return your father to you no worse for the wear. Should you refuse, he will still be returned, albeit much worse for the wear. I assume you'd like to avoid an unpleasant outcome.
I always knew it would come to this. Just not so soon. I wonder if Abstergo even knows what's about to happen. I mean, has this been a part of their plan all along? Maybe they want the world to end. To see it all burned away. Then they'd have their new world, ripe for the reshaping. We talked about looking for another power source, leaving him there. It's probably what he'd want, for us to finish the mission. But I can't. It's hard enough taking a life, but letting one be taken? Knowing there was something I could do about it? Not a chance. Might be I'm risking my life, risking all our lives to save an asshole. But what else am I supposed to do? That asshole is my dad.
Indeed. It's time to save the asshole.
They're probably holding your father on the upper levels. Same place they kept you. There's an elevator bank down the hall. Try not to let them see you.
Very unsuspicious, Desmond.
There's no way they don't.
This was a bad idea.
Oh, you think so, Sean? But you'd love they make that take that re-event, because in the fiction of the series he's a Templar, but the reason he orders a retreat is just to make Washington look bad. Exactly. You know, it's a great way of tying in history with the science fiction part of a series, you know. Batman is your enemy and he will not stop until you are dead or dishonored. Some great dialogue in this game. Dude, the dialogue is really underrated sometimes in this game. There's so many great lines. I feel like AC3 in general is like really underappreciated in general. Connor's so badass. He really is. You can't talk to a future first president that way, Connor. Yeah, he doesn't give a fuck, I guess. Time to pay the Decade a visit. Indeed. It's time to end this. It was a pretty major moment. Like, you know, infiltrating... Oh shit, but like... the Observer facility, but this time, you know, fighting against all of these Templars ourselves. Including Vidic. Now we can also show the moves that Desmond learned from Connor. And the enemy sessions.
Hand over your weapons and come with me, sir.
I can show myself in, but thanks for the offer.
I'd rather this not turn ugly, Mr. Miles.
Then let me through.
Subdue the subject, please.
Man, it's so damn badass. Can't actually pick up this button, can I?
Fourth floor.
An event 5 years they were making. Exactly, dude. Yeah, all the way from 2007. Now in 2012.
Nothing since you left us. Walking into an elevator in the middle of a hostile environment. Really?
Where's my father?
You'll see him soon enough. Now be a good boy and wait for security to fetch you.
You're gonna have to climb the rest of the way.
Headed up the elevator shaft. Send someone in.
And we need more missions like this again in Assassin's Creed, you know, like proper modern day
Can't be far. Where the hell is he?
infiltration missions.
That's okay. I do.
There's no way you could hang on by your fingertips like that for more than 10 seconds, let alone support your own weight while leaping upwards 8+ feet. Oh, I guess this one is built different. And the ESO DNA also helps, you know, with those kind of things. But yeah, same here, listener. That would be quite a feat to do something like that. But definitely never miss opportunity to this day. Imagine taking out surveillance equipment, stealthily taking out patrolling guards, creating distractions and finding hidden entrances. Yeah, just really like give you like a modern day open world as well that you can explore and do like certain missions in, you know. indeed, yeah, Splinter Cell. I'm actually thinking about Splinter Cell maybe being my next game after Uncharted. But I might be playing something more modern, because I looked up the gameplay of a 2002 game, and yeah, I might want to play something more modern first. I'm still thinking about what to play next. I'm also thinking about Alan Wake 2. It's amazing how experiencing the memories of another who has these abilities magically grants you the same abilities. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like we also need some enemies in our life. If it's that easy. But don't blame me, the first Splinter Cell is very unforgiving in a lot of ways. Yeah. Eventually I'm gonna check out the series, for sure. But I kinda wanna, you know, play them in order and start all the way back. So, yeah, eventually I have to get through the 2002 game.
Give me the apple. Let's not draw this out. You got nowhere to go, and I've got a gun. Speaking of which, it's the 21st century and you're still running around with only a tiny knife for protection? It's stupid. All right, Desmond. Game's over. Not now. Not now. Я еще ждет работа. Нет. Get out!
What the hell was that?
Love that music here.
Get out! Get out! Get out!
Enough is enough, Mr. Miles. I invited you here in the spirit of cooperation, but you responded to my hospitality with only violence. I had hoped we might preserve you and further study your memories. But you're not worth the trouble.
Where's Vidic?
Fifth floor. Vidic's office is up ahead.
You killed him. Daniel was like a son to me. A sickly son, perhaps, but one full of promise. He accomplished so much, and so well, and now taken from me, from us, like the apple, like Lucy. We want to help the world, Desmond, to save it from itself. You keep getting in the way. All our hard work ruined. You're a fanatic, all your kind, maintaining the erroneous belief that we are evil, that the work we do is wrong. We enrich lives here. We save and transform them. But you just keep taking and take what isn't yours.
Well, that's what I do. I take what is in mine. Like your life. It's kind of cool, you can actually use the gun at this point, like the pistol, to also kill people. But another game you'll be doing an anniversary playthrough of this year, for its 20th. Ah, that's right, yeah. 2002. That's amazing. 20 years, dude. Insane. Sorry, Daniel, you're now Nikolai. Indeed, Nikolai Orlov. One of his ancestors. It's still such a shame what happened to Daniel Cross, you know, and how the Templars manipulated him to become a tool for them. Also like using his drug addiction against himself and stuff. It's really fucked up. And bad music. I love it. The cat needs some coffee to calm down like he did in AC1. Yeah. 20 years ago when you were around 18 years old. Yeah, dude. It's been a while, hasn't it? I was 8 by that point. Or I guess between 7 and 8. Yeah, the bleeding effect is definitely amazing in this regard, says Striker. Time flowing on and on like a river. Indeed. Doesn't stop for anybody. Alright, let's do this. Let's take care of the dickhead.
Dad? Not so fast, Mr. Miles. In case you hadn't noticed, I'm the one calling the shots. Now give me the apple.
You want it? Fine. Here it is.
Wait! No!
Never should have come here. You put everything on the line. For what? So you could rescue your father?
Yeah.
Thanks, Spectre. Welcome in. And good timing on the wasted Verrot. It's kind of interesting. You can actually use the apple here and kill these people, or you can just use them to mind control them and make them run away. I feel like if Desmond wouldn't have you know, 100% necessarily kill them, he wouldn't just activate it and kill them, but rather just walk through here like this. Which is what I usually like to do, you know. Not take any more lives than need to be. It's already epic the way it is. But yeah, I feel like it makes sense to not kill more people than, you know, need to die.
I'd get the power source hooked up before heading back into the Animus. But it's your call.
Indeed, yeah. We're gonna insert this power source. Just gotta find where Juno is, where we're supposed to go next. Up there.
Approached, one that was dark and cold. It would consume us, for we were flesh, and flesh is frail. Though suits and shields might offer comfort, such adornments would not suffice, not to save us all. So we sought to change what we were. In this manner, we might thrive in a world made poisonous. It was Aita who volunteered to see if it might be done. Aita, my husband, my love. In the end, it changed him, ruined him. He was made a prisoner of the machines. The body might survive, but his mind became brittle to the touch. He begged me for release, for days, for weeks, for months. I pleaded with him to give us time to find another way. But there wasn't one. Not for him. Not for us.
She killed her own husband to, end his suffering, I guess. Juno sure gets around. She really does, especially in that form that she's in. For other advanced technology, we also were as weak as we are in terms of our flesh not being invincible. Exactly, yeah. And I really wish, what you talked about earlier, with Valhalla and the mythological veil, to just have like a proper game or sequence set completely in how the ESO times look like, not having any kind of like mythology on top of it. Like, the story between Juno and Aita would have been great to actually see the way it really happened. But yeah, Aita of course is a very important character because he's the main sage, essentially. Like, he used the same method of salvation that, the Essie also ended up using, like Odin and Tyr and all of these guys. And yeah, Juno tried to work on, that kind of like solution, like trying to get revived, not as an Isu, but in human form. But instead of like only being your Isu conscience, you would actually be, part of a host, of a human host. So both consciousness would still be in the same person. And Aita's kind of like, I guess, destined to be reborn over and over again in a new human host, sometimes even at the same time. So, for example, Black Flag, which came, of course, after AC3, we had Bartholomew Roberts in the history part. Then another sage who lived just before Bartholomew, even at the same time as him. And then, of course, in modern day, we also had John from IT, and then also Desmond's son, also being sages of Aita. It's kind of like Aita's conscience being stored in multiple, persons at the same time. It was his means of survival. But there was, of course, more like in Unity, Syndicate, and Origins. Multiple sages.
What is consciousness but a series of electrical impulses? And the body a vessel to hold these sparks. But it is weak. In time, it decays and crumbles into dust. We asked ourselves then, what if it might be replaced with something stronger, something better? So we forged a new vessel, one that might endure. It proved easy enough to enter. But to leave required something more, something wrong. And so this too they abandoned. I wondered, though, were they right to turn away?
What exactly? The mythological stuff should be abandoned now, otherwise the confusion between what was actually reality versus the mythological layer will continue to increase. Exactly, and just creates, as you say, like confusion and also like, you know, a kind of like mixed canon where you're not sure what's real, what isn't. Like, Fate of Atlantis already introduced so many, you know, problems in that regard. I think I have to go over here, don't I? Is there a feeling that Gorm was also Sage? That's interesting. Are you saying that because he was also in possession of the Orb of Eden? Like the community crystal that more people later got access to? Or why would you say that Gorm was Sage? But the Dawn of Ragnarok DLC is further complicating things now with being a race even before the ISO. I haven't even heard about that yet, since I haven't looked too deeply yet into the DLC, just like rough reviews and stuff. That's kinda interesting. A race before the ISO? So the ones who came before the ones who came before? Amazing. That's it. The last crystal. Nice. But the only location in the Fate of Atlantis DLC that should be treated like it actually physically existed is Atlantis. Elysium and the Unreal World should have been like Valhalla as depicted, just a simulation entirely. Yeah, it was really weird, you know, like the whole logic as well of like meeting people in the afterlife. You know, both in Elysium and the Underworld, like Elysium being kind of like heaven, Underworld like hell. When you meet like people that you actually met in the main game that are supposed to exist in a simulation from 75,000 years ago. It's like both making questionable statements about the afterlife kind of like potentially existing, but then at the same time it's supposed to be a simulation of history, right, of like 75,000 years ago, where those people couldn't have existed. It would also make no sense that, you know, their future souls would somehow be living in the past. But yeah, it just really tells you that they didn't think whatsoever about how this makes sense, you know. And yeah, that's something I not really look forward to either too much, like Fate of Atlantis and those kind of like lore issues it creates. But at least Valhalla addresses it and states that it's like not what happened. Ever said, but he also has a huge scar over one eye as well. But that could just be a design choice, not only an indicator that he's a sage. After all, Amor Lim is blind in one eye and he's not a sage. That's very true, yeah. Yeah, there's been people before, I think there's also in one game, I'm not sure which one, they state that trichotomia or whatever it's called definitely has happened without, you know, the person necessarily being a sage. I guess what would give it away is if you would go to photo mode and then have a look at Gorm if he has like a mark. The same way that, you know, Eivor has and Sigurd and Basim and all of these guys. Where they got the injection right. Like that should give it away if he has it or not. But I never actually had a look at his neck to see if he does. Yeah, Odyssey. That's gonna be something. When do you think they're gonna come out with the next Assassin's Creed with Basim? I think maybe by the end of this year, if not the start of next year. It kind of depends, I guess, how COVID also has influenced the development time of it, but I would think it definitely would be released before Infinity. And given that it was initially planned as a DLC for Valhalla, I think it should be coming out as kind of a next thing. And since they usually bring out at least something every year in context to AC, you know, that could be the case for the end of this year. But yeah, I think if it doesn't release by then probably at the start of 23. Or the first kind of like quarter. Well, that's a great point actually about checking if he has a mark or not. Yeah, that would at least showcase if he was also part of like the other sages, I guess, like having done the same method. But the thing is, in the final cutscene of the Isu, we see the exact amount of sages, right, standing in front of the screen. Plus Basim, I guess. And I think for each and every one of them there has been a sage found at this point, so I'm not sure if there even is a possibility of additional sages with the ones that have been discovered so far. But I'm not quite sure if literally all of them have been discovered at this point or not. But I remember that Access the Animus did a video on that, kind of like uncovering each and every potential sage identity, I guess. But yeah guys, I think this is where we're gonna take a break for now though, since I haven't taken one yet and we still wanna keep on going for a little bit. But yeah, we don't have too much left actually at this point. Only 2 more sequences, 4 missions total, plus the epilogue. And a few homestead stuff and of course the assassination contracts, but yeah, that's it. So if we have enough time, then we should probably definitely finish this game today. But yeah, I shall be back in like 10 to 15 or so. Bit of a longer break because I also gotta make a call. But yeah, when I come back we will dive into the ending stages of this. Also talk to modern day characters here for some additional dialogue. Cheers, Rod. Thank you, dude. Indeed, Tor. But yeah, I will catch you guys in just a few. Alright, we are back. Thank you all for staying tuned, and welcome back to more of AC3 with our Colonial Saga Historical Order playthrough. We are just very close to finishing at this point, in the year 1780 at this point, and the saga ends in 83. So yeah, only got 3 more years really of content to go through here. Thank you, Rod. Welcome back as well, Senny. And hey there, Jack Mercer. Thank you for the follow earlier. While I was on my break. Thank you very much. Welcome in. And yeah, for anybody interested in looking at the exact kind of like order of events, I've created this Google Sheet spreadsheet document, so you can have a look over there and see when exactly which mission or game is taking place in. But yeah, we have a very tail end of this list at this point. Before we go back into the Animus Foe, I want to talk to everybody in modern days, so let's have a look what Rebecca has to say.
Hey Desmond, didn't Subject 16's...
His name was Clay.
Sorry, didn't Clay say Washington was a Templar?
No, he indicated that Washington came into contact with an Apple of Eden, but beyond that it's all speculation. Furthermore, judging from the portrait referenced by Clay, the event occurred much later in Washington's life. Perhaps Connor wasn't even involved. It's very hard to know for sure. We'll just have to wait and see what, if anything, happens.
Indeed. Maybe that's a reference to tyranny. This has been a great approach to these games, Senny. Very ambitious and shows your dedication to the lore of the series as well. Thank you, dude. I appreciate it. And yeah, definitely, like, a few years ago when we actually met, right, like during my first like historical order playthrough of the entire series, starting all the way with Odyssey and ending with Syndicate, I was already thinking about, like, you know, playing the games, like the colonial games and like proper order of events, but back then it seemed too daunting of a task, you know, having to go for like each individual mission to line up the events. But yeah, at this point, you know, having played through the games also a bit more often since then, especially like Liberation as well, since I hadn't really played it prior to that, it seemed like more something I would like to do this time. I also feel like, you know, like technically since AC1, games have been rather like historically ordered. It felt like a good kind of like approach to kind of like do it now, but not really play Odyssey, Origins, and Valhalla beforehand, but rather later. Still. So I'm still looking forward to get back to the kind of like ancient games, but also playing those in historical order too. So starting with Odyssey, and then playing Origins. I'm not sure if I would play Odyssey first again for like my actual annual series playthrough. It's a bit of an odd starting game. I'd rather start with AC1. Could also be made a comment about how the main game team don't know what the DLC team will do with the story. That's true as well, yeah. It could be that. It's true, and it was this very game as well. Yeah, that's true as well. I remember you were also playing AC3 not long after. I think one of the first streams that I checked out from your channel was AC3. I remember you just running through Boston and New York and just killing every guard you came across. Just creating pure mayhem in the cities. It was very fun to watch for, especially also since you've done like so much, you know, of the side content. Like prior to watching you playing AC3, I've never actually done a completionist run of the game and doing like, you know, literally every mission in it. So having seen you like, you know, do like also like all of the Brotherhood missions and stuff and the dialogues, I was really impressed actually with how much I was to the game that I didn't really see beforehand. Kill them all, indeed. I mean, at this point, they're just killing simulators.
So what was it like being back at Abstergo?
I didn't expect to get out of there alive. It's a good thing Cross broke down the way he did. If he wasn't losing his mind, I'd probably be dead.
I guess he never really recovered.
What do you mean?
When he first came to us, he was exhibiting symptoms of the bleeding effect. It was real bad. He'd just go in and out at a moment's notice. No animus required. Got a little violent, too, sometimes. It took a while and a bunch of therapy, but we thought we had it under control. Once he went back over to Abstergo, though, who knows what they did to him.
I still worry about that happening to me.
He was raised in an animus, Desmond. There's overexposure, and then there's Daniel. Poor guy. That could never happen to you. We won't let it.
Yeah, press F for Daniel. He didn't deserve any of this. It's a bit of a shame that Desmond actually killed him, but I guess he couldn't really be helped either at this point. And I mean, he was a danger, right, to Desmond as well. There were like a few moments where he could have killed him. Yeah, there really is, Rod. Like, I was really impressed when I did my first, like, really in-depth run of AC3. Certainly upped my opinion as well on the game. Like, having done all the content. Indeed, another victim of manipulation by the Templars.
Hey, when this is all over, we should take a trip somewhere. Celebratory vacation.
Yeah, that sounds nice.
Now listen to you, Italy, Brazil, and the United States, all in the span of a few weeks. And you're complaining about not getting out enough?
Seriously, Sean?
No, not seriously. Are you mad? Trust me, no one wants time off more than I do, right? Do you have any idea how hard it is to crank those database entries out as fast as I do?
I mean, he does have a point. Considering how much he writes in the database, you know, in the span of weeks as well. But doing all the other things that he does, right, like supervising teams all across the world. And a tiny bit of the Caribbean too, Sean. Indeed.
The sooner we're done here, the sooner we can take that vacation. Yeah, we should probably get back to work.
Right, that's everything with Rebecca. Let's have a quick look at the laptop here to see if there's any new emails. Okay, we did read this already. And this as well. This one we didn't read yet. Another message by Juno. They left. The ones you name Minerva and Tinia, they caught you here. And then they left. Don't you find it odd that they would go through all of the trouble and then just disappear? They were this here once. I threw them into the abyss when I still could think they were meant for you. Filled with lies. You don't need such things. I alone will guide you. You don't trust me. I am the enemy. I bade you kill the traitor, but if you hadn't, you would have died. And the world as well. I hate you, but you will save us. So offer my hand. I will lead you to salvation. So by traitor, of course, Juno means Lucy. At the end of Brotherhood, when Desmond kills her by touching the apple. She kind of like forces his hand, but at the same time, you know, Desmond has the option to disobey, right? Like, he's not like other humans that actually have like, you know, a kind of like already predetermined physics, I guess, that allows him to be controlled by the apple. By being a hybrid like Desmond is, he can actually resist. So he has a free choice, despite being partially forced to kill Lucy or not. But the apple also showed him things, right? Like, it showed him what would happen in the future if Lucy would end up having the apple. And what she would have done is take the apple to Abstergo, and everyone would have died. Desmond, Sean, Rebecca, they all would have died. So he couldn't allow that to happen, which is why he killed Lucy and agreed to it, despite her being so important to him at that point. But yeah, it's also interesting how Juno is like, you know, kind of like, yeah, we have to help each other, even though I hate you. She does make a, you know, secret out of her being the enemy. You hear Tahiti is pretty nice, Rebecca. Yeah, there's lots of mangoes you can harvest. If only we could know what were on those discs, and you assume they worked the same way as the massive keys and revelations as well. Yeah, that's what I thought as well, you know, considering also that Black Flag again shows us these keys and disc in the modern day, in like one of those documents. But yeah, I would assume that they were kind of like, you know, memories of the ESO time. It really is a shame that Juno, you know, destroyed them. But yeah, that's Juno in a nutshell. Always a destroyer of, you know, interesting stuff and fun. William Miles, I'm sorry. They're going to be here soon. Trapped me in this damn museum. Should have taken more precautions. I'm sorry, son. It wasn't fair for me to come down on you the way I did. You never asked for any of this, and I should have been more understanding. I hope you can forgive me. I love you. So that's the email that he wrote before being rescued by Desmond because he thought he would die, right? Which adds more depth to the, you know, like conversation they have after William is saved by Desmond. But also about what we are going to hear here. The next dialogue, I would assume.
Hello.
Hey. Do you think killing Vidic set Abstergo back?
I doubt it. Sure, he pioneered the Animus, but they've had the technology for decades now. Plenty of other people can take his place.
And Cross?
Oh, he was a loose cannon. I doubt anyone's mourning his death. I think these days he was more a symbol than an asset. I'm sorry, I don't mean to dismiss what you did. But it's going to take a lot more than a couple of deaths to stop the Templars.
I mean, yeah. The way to bring those back into the lore would be to say that one was either discovered afterwards, or there was some hidden that Juno didn't know about. That's true as well. Like, you know, there could still be some there. After all. And I mean, I reckon there also have been more locations like this, like more temples across the world. So, you know, like there's a chance that other Isu may have used those discs as well to tell stories or to leave messages behind.
Did Vidic put you in an Animus when you were at Abstergo? They'd be able to search your memories and track you back here.
Oh, they definitely tried, but I made things difficult for them. You can resist, you can cloud up the transmission, or just refuse to move. Eventually, they would have gotten what they needed, but it still would have taken them weeks.
Vidic threatened to put me in a coma once.
It would have made you more pliable. But if the user isn't engaged, it's a mess. I know they've been working on ways to extract memories and let others sift through those memories. Maybe they're even analyzing mine right now. Maybe they'll find us. I don't know. What I do know is that we've got to get through that door.
Yeah. I should probably get back into the Animus.
Yeah, soon.
Hey. So, when this is over, and assuming it all works out, I was hoping I could, you know, come home.
I'd like nothing more.
Man, the actor for William Miles is just great. You can really, you know, hear how emotional he gets, but he doesn't allow him to break out either. I was like, is holding it back in a way. But you would like a modern day story where it's about finding certain Isu artifacts and when you experience memories of the Isu as they actually were. That would be so cool, you know, to have like both modern day and Isu focus at the same time. Because that's the thing, right? Like, yeah, what draws people in is usually the historical setting, but there's nothing wrong with exploring, you know, the other timelines that are also equally important, if not even more important, in the lore. And that is definitely the modern day being the primary timeline, and the Isu kind of like being where most of these struggles originated from, and the things that people fight over, like the Peace of Eden.
We're almost there, son. We'll have plenty of time to talk when this is all over. We should focus on our work now.
Yeah, I feel like we have not much time left here. Right, and last but not least, we can talk to Sean.
I regret not asking you to hack into the Abstergo servers while you were there. A couple of well-placed relays and we'd be swimming in information.
We have everything we need.
Yeah, except the key.
We're close.
How do you know?
I just do.
I just do.
I've been poking around a bit. Did you know there are machines down here that make, well, mana?
Wizard mana or biblical mana?
What do you think? Biblical, of course. The Greeks called it ambrosia. The Indians, amrit or soma. Most cultures around the world refer to a divine food, though I'd say its taste is anything but.
You ate something that came out of a 75,000-year-old machine?
And I live to tell the tale.
So? What did it taste like?
Cardboard. Tasted of cardboard. Hardly the stuff of legends, though. I wonder if the first civilization didn't taste differently than we do.
Maybe the flavorizer broke.
Flavorizer. You've certainly got away with words, Rebecca.
It's so amazing that, you know, he actually ate something out of that machine. Like ancient mana. Another thing that we talked about earlier with Dawn of Ragnarok, you know, telling now us that there's like another civilization before the first one is, you know, it was literally called the first civilization by, you know, all of these people in the first AC games. And while, yeah, there's a possibility there were like, you know, another race beforehand or something that predates them, you know, they would have to give us a good explanation as to why that is the case. Like, you can make that become canon, but it shouldn't be something you just, you know, say like that and then all of a sudden that's the case, you know, completely dismissing anything that's been established before. So unless they give us a really good explanation for why there's been people before and how they were like and how the Isu maybe also got created at the same time, you know, that's the least they have to do. Desmond saying I just do makes you wonder if even if he hasn't experienced memory yet, does the animus and the bleeding effect allow him to subconsciously recall certain events, but not enough for him to know exactly, but it feels like an intuition for him instead. That's a good point, you know, like it certainly also influences his subconscious, not just his active conscience. And the bleeding effect is really, you know, part of that, like this effect that's constantly working on him. So there's definitely a good chance that, you know, by him synchronizing more with the ancestor, you know, he might even has dreamed of it, or as you say, it's just like, you know, sleeping in his subconscious, I guess, already the memory that he still has to unlock. So it could certainly feel like, you know, intuition, as you say, like a strong feeling that something is gonna happen, considering it already has happened.
Things are getting worse outside.
What do you mean?
Every day for the past 2 weeks, the sun has been throwing off larger and larger flares. Older satellites are starting to malfunction. I hear rumblings of recalling the crew on the International Space Station. There's already work being done as well to shield power stations and transformers on the ground. Not that any of it matters. This goes far beyond some brownouts. We all saw what's actually coming.
Do you know how it works?
Look, I'm no physicist, but it's something to do with the Earth's geomagnetic field. The flares and mass ejections disturb it, which appears to trigger seismic events. I've tried reaching out to people who might know better, but they all insist it's bunk. And I don't blame them. It sounds ridiculous.
I wish it was.
But do you think they're being referred to as ancient Isu? But it still leaves open way too many storylines to branch out from that. And then it becomes a question of, so what can you really say with the ancient Isu that have already been done with the Isu we've known so far? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I'm gonna be quite skeptical of Dawn of Ragnarok once I get to it. But I'm looking forward to see how and if they explain certain things that I'm curious about. But yeah, from what I've seen so far online and from people that I usually listen to in regards to AC, it doesn't really seem to deliver on what it should be delivering on. Especially after everything we found out in the base game, right? Like, mythological veil already has been lifted, so yeah, I really was hoping they would give us a bit more how things actually were like. But, oh well.
Best we finish up with Connor. Come on, Desmond. In you go.
Right. So yeah, nothing left to do here. Unless going back to Connor and finding the key. Yeah, that is well, dude, like, the price.
Home stretch, Desmond. I can feel it.
You know, you get Siege of Paris and Wrath together, which is way longer.
The Loyalists fall back beneath the advancing Patriot army, their hold on this land weakening by the day. But the Templars only seem to grow stronger. Though fewer in number, the threat they pose appears undiminished. Making matters worse, Washington chose to spare the life of Charles Lee. I am told he has taken refuge inside Fort George, and so my days are spent searching for a way to breach its walls. Of my father, there is no trace, and I am glad of it. If I can be rid of Lee, there may still be a chance for reconciliation, and through it, peace.
Connor, he's asking for you.
Hello, Connor. Come now. Your sadness won't sustain me any more than that fool woman's soups and potions. Tell me of your latest exploits.
Charles Lee has been exposed, and the Patriots finally rid of him. They march now to secure the remaining cities that this country might finally be free.
Then you have won. The land and your people are safe. Yet you seem troubled.
Washington spared Lee's life.
So long as he lives, all are in danger. The same is true for your father. When you first came to me, you understood what had to be done, swore you'd see it through. If not for the Brotherhood, for your people, and all those threatened by the Templars.
But with Lee gone, my father might...
Listen to me. You have not come this far to throw it all away over misplaced sentiment. Both men must die.
Achilles.
There is nothing more to discuss.
Connor, I came as soon as I could.
Tell me you bring good news.
The Comte de Grasse said yes. You need only join his fleet in Chesapeake Bay and they will serve as required. But what exactly is it you intend?
It's better that I show you. Charles Lee may have been dismissed, but it does not mean we are safe.
But the commander?
The commander underestimates the threat, and no more time can be wasted trying to convince him otherwise. I must do this on my own.
Do what, exactly?
Kill Charles Lee. He hides within Fort George, which is itself surrounded by a militarized district. I cannot hope to infiltrate it directly, so I will go under instead.
Incroyable.
The tunnels leading to the fort have been filled in. While I secure the Admiral's ships, I need you to clear them for me.
And the ships?
When signaled, they will bombard the fort.
Breaching its walls and creating a distraction, I see.
In the chaos, I will slip inside, find Charles Lee, and silence him forever.
Indeed, it's all about finding Lee. What people have yet to buy the base game have a benefit of a complete edition that gives them everything. But then you have the people who bought the season pass along with a base game who then have to pay extra for the DLC, not part of that season. Yeah, that's the thing, right, with also having like multiple seasons. Because season pass is always just for one season, I guess, so if you have like kind of like live service game model that's meant to be released over multiple years, you're just gonna have so much DLC content eventually. And yeah, when people bought the Ultimate or Gold Edition when the game launched, you know, people thought that would be all the content we would be getting. And yeah, the new DLC definitely doesn't justify, you know, a price tag of $40. Especially, you know, misadvertising itself, saying, yeah, you could get like, you know, 40 hours of playthrough, 40 hours of gameplay out of a playthrough. It's a lie, you know. But yeah, that's what I said. Okay, so this cutscene actually took place in 1781. However, there's one event that actually takes place 1 year prior in AT that we still have to do before doing any more main story. And that is the Benedict Arnold DLC. It's not the best DLC. I was actually considering not doing it. But considering it's like a major historical event and we're doing this historical playthrough, I feel like it's necessary to have it, you know, displayed because it's quite important. But yeah, I couldn't do it before either because the last cutscene in sequence 10 was actually still in 78, I think. Yeah, I think 1778. So 2 years even prior to the Benedict Arnold DLC. So we had to finish it first. But yeah, for now let's have a look where it is. I think it's up here. But misplaced sentiment, lawful line, so true and unknown by Haven as well. Yeah. You could say that, you know, Achilles is just like mad about what happened in the past, what has been established in Rogue, I guess, you know, that he's just like asking for Haven to die because of what he did there. But, I mean, if you think about it, Haven really has to die. You know, he's like actively trying to manipulate both the British and the Patriots. He's killing innocents. You know, he kind of has to be stopped. So Achilles is right with that. And there's really not anything that you can argue in favor of Haven, of like supporting Haven at this point. So the only reason that Connor, you know, rethinks his decision of killing Haven is because he's his son, which is completely understandable, but Achilles, you know, is saying the truth when he's making Connor question that decision.
How dare you call upon me after Monmouth?
I have nobody else to turn to. The Culper Ring informed me that West Point's been infiltrated. I believe they intend to murder Major General Benedict Arnold.
I still do not see why you need me.
The loss of such a figure would be devastating to the cause. It must be done without my soldiers' knowledge. The mere idea of the Patriots being breached would be crippling to morale. To the war. Will you do it?
It will be done. But never call on me again.
It's kind of funny, like, how dare you call on me after Monmouth? I'm gonna help you, but never call on me again. Sounds like Connor's bringing himself into that position. Okay, another thing we still have to work on is getting our assassins to level 11. And also take over Virginia. We still gotta work on that. Mad Anthony's surprise. The Marquis de Lafayette advanced his forces under Brigadier General Mad Anthony Wayne has been ambushed in James City County. While Lafayette attempts to outmaneuver the stronger British force, eliminate as many regular officers as possible to bolster Washington's success rate and weaken Lee's posturing to be named Commander-in-Chief. Okay, you guys can do that. I'm going looking for some fast missions to strengthen influence here, like this one. The Declaration. Read the Declaration of Independence to any and all who wish to hear it. Okay, that's a job for Jacob. Burying the dead. Casualties from both sides of conflict are being left dead on the field during retreats. Collect the dead and give them proper burials. He moves his head in real close. Yeah, they have something for close-ups in this game. The Chartsy close-ups are the best, though. Seeing his glorious mustache in all its, glory. The most ugly mustache anyone ever had. Benedict X Arnold. My favorite dish. Benedict Arnold was a general in the American Revolution and America's best known traitor, though I'm not sure if that's what he would have had printed on his business cards. Arnold also happens to be a war hero on the American side, though many people don't know that. Before Arnold turned traitor, he had a reputation both for bravery and for genuinely caring for the soldiers who served under him. He was instrumental for the rebel capture of Fort Ticonderoga in May of 75, and his leg was crippled during the Battle of Saratoga in 1777. So he certainly put the effort in. Unfortunately, his career advancement was spotty. He had a habit of getting into arguments with his superior officers, which is usually not a good move if you want a promotion. While George Washington recommended him for various commands, other officers had no use for him. When Arnold was given command of West Point in 1780, he promptly tried to turn it over to the British in exchange for £20,000 and a commission as a brigadier general. That's the spirit. The conspiracy was uncovered before Arnold could actually betray the fort, and he fled north. Nobody knows for certain why Arnold betrayed the Americans. His frustrations in being passed over for promotion obviously had something to do with it, but there's also speculation that Arnold had significant debts. Money he had been promised would be sure to settle that. Unfortunately for him, he never received the promised cash, or at least not all of it. Since the British didn't actually capture West Point, Arnold only received £6,000. And while he did become a brigadier general as promised, nobody trusted him. Once a traitor, always a traitor. Yeah, I mean, that's true. Saratoga, that's what, says to the stable hand in the mission where you're getting the $5,000 horses when faking that they represent someone from Saratoga. Ah, really? I completely forgot about that, but that's true. That's such an amazing quest, dude. And I can't wait to play those games again. Find the spy and kill him without being noticed. I think a poison dart would be good here. Identify and kill 2 spies without being detected. Well then. Yeah, dude, I remember. SDC has some weird missions as well. Times. I think we should wait here until he's actually dead. Okay, that's one. Okay, getting inside here without being detected might be a struggle. Because I don't really want to kill any other Patriots, right? But not sure if that's a possibility. Can't jump over here, can I? Yeah, I can't. Is there like any way to get inside here without triggering like a huge conflict? I have to freaking go inside here and kill everybody, don't I? Okay, never mind.
What in God's name are you doing? That man was a British spy. He intended to kill you, Major Arnold. What? General Washington learned of the plot and sent me to foil it.
Indeed. We need all the support we can muster. Some of my men are leaving on a munitions delivery to a nearby camp, and I need you to escort them. Find John Anderson upon your arrival. He'll have further instructions. Questions?
No.
Good.
Connor's already suspecting something. Okay, nice. These guys were successful. Skirmish in Williamsburg. General Richard Butler needs support in the vicinity of Williamsburg, Virginia, under threat of Lieutenant Colonel John Graves Simcoe's regulars. Arrive at once and weaken the British forces. Okay, that's 8 minutes. I just do it with these two guys here. And we're looking for like really fast missions for the other guys. Best case scenario, like 2 minutes or so, so we can level them up as fast as possible. Redeemer. War contracts guaranteeing freedom are being renegated on in the South. See what they mean who fought for their freedom get it. What was promised to them? Okay, let's send Deborah, Jacob and Jamie on there. They get 40 each and it's 2 minutes, so good way to level up here. Rod. Mr. Anderson. Right, what do we have to do?
Heard Washington sent you to help. I got some things that need doing. Lord knows this fort is a right mess. If you got the time, see to this list and it'll go a long way towards getting this place shipshape again.
Indeed, Rod. Yeah, man, I love Matrix. Showing traitors away.
Major General Arnold sent me to assist you.
Yeah? All right, he's the boss. Thank goodness you're here. Doubt we could get all these crates down to the camp without you.
You do not agree with this?
You haven't allowed. We're meant to garrison West Point, and by extension, hold the Hudson. It's vital, no arguing that. So why is it we're shipping out half our powder and shot?
Why not bring up your concern with Major General Arnold?
I have. He threatened to have me court-martialed for insubordination and treason, if you can believe that. So I follow orders, no matter how absurd.
Yeah, already foreshadowing the betrayal here of Arnold. One of these guys has a future and the other one does not. You haven't seen it for ages, but such a great movie. It really is, dude. I love the whole aesthetic as well of it. Also some great soundtrack pieces. Benedict stand on 1 foot for 1 hour. Would certainly sound like an order that he would give, you know.
Ah, the traitor is getting away. He's supposed to be on that ship. Get after him. You'll hang for this.
Whoops. I killed him. I wasn't allowed to kill him.
You'll hang for this!
Come on. Give me the rope dart.
It's not me, friend. I'm not the real traitor. I could tell you who it is if you let me go. Listen, listen. Just turn your back for 5 seconds and you'll never see me again. I don't want anything to do with this place. Listen, mate. I know you're just following orders, but things aren't what they seem around here. I'm telling you. Is it money you want? Because I got money. How much to set me free?
Be quiet.
All right, listen. I can fix this. Just give me a chance and I'll prove to you I'm a real patriot. I want this country as much as the next man. Just let me show you.
That the traitor? It is. Major General Arnold will have further orders for you.
Sounds good. Welcome aboard, milady.
Okay. And this always makes me cringe so hard. Dialogue. Welcome aboard, my lady. It's like, yeah, they were really funny when they, you know, wrote the dialogue. Like, real funny. They should be like stand-up comedians or something. Yeah, the animation as well, Rod, and also the facial animations that they talked. They really put some effort in this DLC. Yeah, I think AC3 is the game that has like the best main game for how bad the DLC is. I thought Valhalla might take that place actually, but I think AC3 is still having it for me. Like I really love the main game, but I really don't like the DLC. Like both the Tyranny and this one. It's as funny as at least as wine. Yeah, it's so bad that it's funny.
Ah, Connor. Just the man I wanted to see. Well done capturing the traitor, but I must ask more of you. There are some kegs of powder resting inside the fort. Bring them to the magazine? Dismissed.
Let me actually check something here with that with DNA. Is that listed over here? Quite sure where the DLC is listed. Kind of like the optional objectives as well. If it's the forts. Underground. Naval. The DLC isn't listed here, is it? Yeah, it's not listed in the DNA tracker. Interesting. Kinda good to see Connor just taking orders. Yeah, but I kinda want to picture Benedict Arnold really in a bad light, I guess, you know, where he's just like ordering Connor around. And Connor's, I guess, suspecting it, but he's just trying to help Washington, so he's taking it, I guess. But that's another thing with DLC. I think that's a bit weird because he's not really like that desperate for Washington's attention at this point. So you could just tell Arnold like it is. Especially considering how much shit he gives to Washington. You would expect he would do the same with Arnold. It's like, yeah, let's put the explosives next to the other explosives for like a bigger explosion inside our fort. Something that Arno wants us to do.
Are you well?
As well as I can be, given the circumstances. You?
Same. But we're close. So very close. We need to talk about this someplace with fewer curious ears.
Has Clinton agreed?
It is done. Only the matter of my compensation remains something of the utmost importance to me. Deliver this letter. Make absolutely sure he gets it. Please be cautious. A mistake at this stage would be unfortunate. When we come out on the other side of this thing, I'll make sure you're rewarded, Major Andre. Generously.
You mean John Anderson, sir?
Yes.
Ooh, John Anderson. Well then, let's follow this guy. Nice. The assassins have been successful. Let's go ahead and do the next mission in Virginia. Dunmore's Fortune. Colonel William Woodford's 2nd Virginia Regiment has rebuffed the attack of Lord Dunmore, who has since retreated to Norfolk. The Virginia militia is now marching on Norfolk. The outcome of the encounter is of no consequence so long Lord Dunmore survives. Okay, you guys can do that, I guess. Build a safe house. Assassin safe houses need to be built all over the colonies. See that one is built and maintained.
Sir! Sir! Make sure we're not followed. If anybody sees us, kill them. That's far enough for you two. Keep a keen eye and come for me when you see the smoke.
Yes, sir. We'll be waiting, Major Andre.
Like I just changed clothes inside the haystack. That's how I do it. That's the only reasons that assassins, jump into the haystacks. The whole disguise problem is solved, you just have to go into a haystack and then do the disguise there. And step out and everything is alright. Okay, they were successful. Let's do another mission here. Reaping. Bring in the harvest at Basking Ridge. Also, how fast did he detect us? Like, the fuck? It was like immediately with a filled yellow bar. Now that takes talent, almost Clark Kent changing into Superman level. Yeah, definitely comparable. I don't know why he turned anyways, because this time he didn't. But I just want to shoot this guy. I wish.
Halt! Gentlemen, I hope you belong to our party.
What party?
The lower party.
We do.
Good. I'm an officer in the British Army and I must not be detained. I will chalk this mishap up to fatigue.
But we ain't British, friend. And you are under arrest.
That was merely a test, and you passed. I'm an officer of the Patriots, in truth. Here are my papers.
Rubbish! Kill him and bring his head to the commander.
No! Do not kill him. Search him instead.
Blessed stars. His real name is Major Andre, and he's with the British. He carries this letter on behalf of Major General Benedict Arnold.
Arnold is our commanding officer.
Bind Andre's hands immediately and bring him to Commander Washington. I will see to Arnold.
Yeah, that's Simrod, young the dickhead. Alright, let's find another mission here that's not too long. Escort. Protect the Signatories of Virginia as they travel home. Battle of West Point.
Connor, finished already. I have some more.
Explain this.
Well, I don't know what this is.
A letter in your hand addressed to General Clinton of the British Army confirming the surrender of West Point for the sum of 20,000 pounds.
This must be some sort of plot to expose the fort. I'm a patriot through and through, Connor. My actions at Saratoga speak to that, I'm sure.
For your sake, I hope General Washington agrees. He will be arriving here today.
A letter?
From me?
Regulars! Regulars! We're under attack!
A letter.
The Maine!
Arnold has made it to the Volta! Arnold betrayed us! That turncoat bastard!
We secure the fort, then we deal with Arnold.
Aye! Men! We're holding!
We must hold the fort.
Rally to the flag! To me!
Hey there, Okoki. Welcome in. Okay, let's go ahead and use the sword a little bit.
Push them back! Arnold has made it to the Volta! Form up! Form up! Rally to the flag! To me! Stand tall, men! We're holding!
We must hold the fort.
Arnold has made it to the Volta! Keep running, you letters! We did it! Well done!
Connor.
Arnold was behind this, but he escaped.
If you did not catch him, nobody could have. West Point is secure. Major Andre will hang for his crimes.
And Arnold?
We'll try to find him, though I have my doubts. Whom can we trust now, if Patriot heroes are betraying us?
You reap what you sow.
Oh. That's true, I guess. It's kind of funny how Washington appears in just the right moment. Let's have a look again at the assassins here. We can do the next mission in Virginia. Protect the help. The battle is looming in Petersburg, Virginia. Get there at once and ensure Major General Friedrich Wilhelm von Steuben is safety. Hold on. And ensure Major General Friedrich Wilhelm von Steuben's safety at all costs. Okay, yeah. Stumble a bit over that because it's a German name. Okay, let's go ahead and give it to Stefan and Duncan. And then the other assassins can do these faster missions again. But listen to Robin Atkin Downs as Washington after having recently discovered he was the voice of a prince and warrior within. You can now detect it. Yeah, that's crazy for me to think about, you know, that's the same voice actor. Considering how different it sounds as well. On first kind of like hearing. But yeah, I think he does a good job as Washington. Quite convincing. Medicine Man. Patriot and regular forces alike are short on doctors. Treat wounded men wherever you can. And yeah, that is the Benedict Arnold Dlc. That means the next main story is 1781 and 82 at this point. Can I travel? Yeah, I have to go by myself. Can I call my horse? I can't. Okay, let's go for ourselves then. And his name was the name of a Sean Connery movie too. Or was it? I don't think I've seen that one. But I do like Sean Connery. Great actor for sure. Alright. Just want to check if there's any other quests that spawned. Or any kind of like optional dialogues here. Okay, so nothing there. Let's go to Boston and have a look over there. Okay, in Boston we have nothing either. Okay, nothing in the frontier as well. That means we can go back to Davenport, Homestead. Reckon we don't have any dialogues or homestead missions either, so we can just focus on main story for now. Yep, indeed. Right. Let's get over here. But you never saw it, but seeing that just now made you have a look, and it was directed by John McTiernan, who directed movies like Die Hard, Predator, and The Hunt for Red October. Jerry Goldsmith did the music for it. He did a lot of movie scores in his career, ranging from the first Rambo movies to Total Recall, and even Looney Tunes back in action. Oh really? Looney Tunes as well, that's awesome. Definitely quite some big and epic movies there. For both the guys that worked on the movie. I remember watching Rambo, like the early Rambo movies, quite a lot as a kid. But I haven't really watched them since, to be honest. Maybe that's like worth revisiting. Mediator. Indigenous people are being coerced off their land. Help them negotiate and maintain the right to live where they choose. Nice, almost level 10 here. Then it's one more rank to be Master Assassin. Right, let's do sequence 11. The Battle of Chesapeake. Break through the blockade to access the bay by avoiding loyalist ships. I like how the dialogue was completely silent just there.
Lafayette promised me a fleet beyond compare and a captain without peer. Instead, I find myself greeted by one old ship and a boy in costume.
I promise we are all you need, Admiral.
I doubt this very much, but beggars do not choose.
And the ships I require?
They are yours, provided we survive this.
What would you have me do?
Hold the bay while I engage the main fleet. Should any British ships dare approach, destroy them. They must be kept from Yorktown.
Rod McTiernan even did a movie called The 30th Warrior, starring Antonio Banderas. It was about an Arabian who gets caught up with an adventure with Vikings. That's really cool. That sounds really nice. And I do like Antonio Banderas. He also has done the Zorro movies, right? Playing the main character. I love those growing up quite a lot. The second Rambo was the one you saw most as a kid. You think the best one is still the first. Nice. I really gotta revisit them at some point. I remember having a good time watching them as a kid though. It was quite funny. Francois Joseph Paul de Grasse was an admiral in the French Navy and is probably best known for his victory in the Battle of the Chesapeake, where he prevented British troops from arriving to reinforce the army at Yorktown. De Grasse was the youngest child of a French nobleman. He joined the military at the age of 11 when he became a page with the Religious Military Order of Malta. He joined the French Navy proper in 1740. By 1775 he was serving as a captain and helped secure Saint-Domingue, now Haiti, for the French, which probably looked good on the resume at the time. De Grasse was promoted to admiral in 1781 and despite failing health was given orders to sail for America to help Washington. His victory at Chesapeake was so significant that Washington wrote to him that day after Cornwallis surrendered at Yorktown, saying the honor of the victory belonged to de Grasse. De Grasse died in 1788, just before the beginning of the French Revolution. Despite his role aiding rebels in America, de Grasse was considered nobility in France, and his estate was ransacked by French revolutionaries. His family fled to the United States, where they were welcomed as the children of a hero. I guess hero and oppressor all depends on your perspective. You say tomato, I say tomato. You say potato, I say potato. Actually, no one says potato. Or maybe you should start, Sean.
Herod all handsaws! Hell is manifest upon the sea!
The Battle of the Chesapeake. In this battle, French ships under Admiral de Grasse held off a British fleet attempting to occupy Chesapeake Bay. I know it doesn't exactly sound scintillating, but bear with me here. This was critical to the British surrender that ended the war. I don't like to talk about it, but I will. George Washington gave de Grasse a choice between attacking New York City, the British stronghold, or Virginia, where British troops were stationed. De Grasse chose Virginia. The waters were easier to maneuver in, and he didn't have the equipment that a siege of New York would require. De Grasse was stationed in the West Indies but left in secrecy, or he tried to. The British noticed his warships missing. I don't know about you, but I find it suspicious if a bunch of warships went missing. It raises questions, and it wasn't hard to guess where they might be headed. The British Navy sent ships to Chesapeake Bay to cut the Grasse off. However, they went the fast way while de Grasse took the scenic route, staying out of sight and out of the major shipping lanes. So when the British arrived at the Chesapeake, they found it completely empty. They sailed on for New York to meet with the rest of their fleet there, leaving the Chesapeake Bay empty when de Grasse arrived at the end of August. Clever. By taking the long way round, de Grasse collected enough sea miles to qualify for a free hip flask. The British fleet returned less than a week later, but the damage was done. They were outnumbered by the French forces occupying the bay. I believe the technical term here is whoops. There's another one that begins with F, so I better not. The Grass fleet sailed out to engage the British on open water. They fought for only 2 hours before night fell. It was the only time they would actually fire their guns. The Grass left the British south, away from the mouth of the harbour, leaving time for French reinforcements to arrive from Rhode Island and occupy the bay again. Finding themselves badly outnumbered and outmaneuvered, the British returned to New York, effectively abandoning the troops they were supposed to supply in Virginia. The battle was technically a draw, I take that. However, the long victory came when the British troops in Virginia realized they were cut off and surrendered, effectively ending the revolution. 5 years after Shay says in Rogue that it happened. Ah, nice, yeah, Rod. Yeah, Zorro was such a great movie. I loved it a lot. I hadn't seen Desperado yet. I don't think so. And he was also Once Upon a Time in Mexico. Interesting. I wonder if that maybe influenced the title of Tarantino's Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. There's like any kind of like reference.
If anyone can hold the line, 'tis us. I only hope the Admiral's quick to return. Enemy approaching! All right, boys! Make ready for war! Looks like they're coming to stay low. Ready yourself! Aye, aye!
That's a bit tricky. I have to kill 3 ships of one broadside here. They already have killed too many ships. I think I'm gonna reload checkpoint and try to get there a bit faster than they are destroying the ships. Because the smaller ships have a better chance of getting it done.
Here at all handsaws! Hellless man!
Okay, let me also uncheck this again. Maybe the writers Rogue didn't do proper research. Yeah, who would have thought, right?
Fist upon the sea! How many do you reckon?
Too many.
If anyone can hold the line, 'tis us. I only hope the Admiral's quick to return. Enemy approaching! All right, boys! Make ready for war! Looks like they're coming to stay low. Ready yourself! Aye, aye!
Okay, let's get very close in here. Jesus Christ, can you stop destroying ships that I want to destroy? Okay, there we go. We did it. Yeah, that's definitely true, Rod. I mean, it's a common name for lots of stories. But yeah, I would be curious to see if there's like any reference or similarity between the two movies or something. The Battle of Yorktown. While small skirmishes would continue until 1783, Yorktown was the last major encounter between the British and the Continental Army, effectively ending the American Revolution. In the summer of 1781, the British General Lord Cornwallis was ordered to secure a deep-water port in Virginia. He had chosen Yorktown on the Chesapeake Bay, and by the end of September his troops had fortified the city and were awaiting resupply from ships in New York City. What Cornwallis didn't know was that the ships he was expecting for resupply had been defeated by the French Navy at the Battle of Chesapeake in early September. He could have probably done with knowing that. On the rebel side, George Washington had just secured the help of the French and was anxious to put his new troops in the field. He favored an attack on the British stronghold at New York, but since he didn't have the troops or the equipment for that, he settled for attacking Cornwallis at Yorktown. I'm sure Cornwallis would have been flattered by the news that he was the second choice. The main force of the Continental and French troops marched to Yorktown near the end of September and began to settle in. By October 6, the trenches were built and the siege had begun. The key to Washington's strategy was the artillery brought in by the French army. It bombarded the city for more than a week, wearing down defenses until French and Continental troops successfully stormed 2 redoubts outside the city on October 14th. This put the artillery in a place where it could reach the city itself, and Cornwallis' defenses quickly crumbled under the onslaught. He surrendered on October 19th. This fall of Yorktown essentially broke the political will in Britain to continue the war. It had become too costly. Parliament started peace negotiations, and British citizens began to stamp their tiny feet and practice their speeches about how the colonies were smelly and uncivilized, and we didn't want to control them anyway. Yeah, stinky colonies. Like a sore loser. The weak point, please. Give that spawn. Nice. DK 2 with our weak points here, so that's a bit tricky to line up. Give me a weak point. Okay, there we go. This destruction wall.
Ship lost! Escort's all sunk. We're on our own now, sir. My God. Where are our blasted reinforcements?
They will come. We must hold the bay until they do.
Oh, this is madness! You're alone and we're without reinforcements! Careful, Captain. Now. That beast is sure to sink us if we're not careful.
He's not really planning to board them, is he? Has he lost his mind? He's going to get us all killed.
Oh. Out of our mind. Alright.
The ship is yours, Mr. Faulkner.
Gotta kill 5 enemies total here. Let's take care of it first. Kill.
Bastard.
They say you took down that man of war all alone. Perhaps Lafayette did not exaggerate when he spoke of your abilities. As promised, my ships are yours to command. What do you require?
5 of them must enter New York's harbor flying British flags.
Wait. I thought you might need some pirates killed or goods transported, and instead, you asked for us to, what, shell New York?
No. Of course not.
Ah.
Only part of it.
Explain yourself.
I mean to infiltrate Fort George, but it is too well guarded. Cannon fire will breach its walls and scatter its guards.
And a ship that flies the French flag could never get near it.
You understand, then?
Not at all. But a promise is a promise, even when made to a lunatic.
I will light a signal fire when it is time for you to attack.
Vous l'avez entendu, récupérez leurs drapeaux qu'on puisse les accrocher. Allez, vite!
Hello, Connor. Welcome back.
Is everything in place?
Oui. Lafayette waits for you inside the tunnel beneath the city.
Nice.
All their talk of liberty and equality fall back into the old ways. It will depend greatly on who is chosen to lead them. A man of humble means who has worked to earn his place. I think a man like that is less likely to dream of throne. All men dream of throne. It is in our nature. Then what would you do? Ensure their leader is sterile. Without an heir, the threat of succession is ended. Might be left to the people once more.
It's kind of funny they give Stefan the same, kind of like name in the subtitles as Marquis de Lafayette. All the assassins coming together here.
Connor! This tunnel will take you into the military district.
And the Admiral?
He waits for you to light this signal. And then the strike begins.
And we will be there as well.
Convenient position from the Sitwa. Okay, we gotta remain undetected on the way to the signifier, reach it in the time limit, and we also can't lose too much health here. Alrighty. Fuck. Oh, good. Yeah, I think the assassins would be very helpful here. But I can't actually call them, it seems. That's a shame. That was well timed. Indeed, yeah. Yeah, that should be good.
Inside the fort. I am in no condition to fight. Need to stay away from the guards.
Where are you, Charles?
Gone.
Come now. You cannot hope to match me, Connor. For all your skills, you are still but a boy, with so much left to learn.
Where is Charles Lee?
Give me Lee! Impossible. He is the promise of a better future. The sheep need a shepherd.
He has been dismissed and censured. He can do nothing for you now.
A temporary setback. He will be restored.
You act as though you have some right to... to declare me and mine wrong for the world. And yet everything I've shown you, all I've said and done, should clearly demonstrate otherwise. We did not harm your people. We did not support the crown. We worked to see this land united and at peace. Under our rule, all would be equal. Do the Patriots promise the same?
They offer freedom,
which I've told you time and time again is dangerous. There will never be consensus, son, amongst those you have helped to ascend. They will each differ in their views of what it means to be free. The peace you so desperately seek does not exist.
No! Together they will forge something new. Better than what came before.
These men are united now by a common cause. But when this battle is finished, they will fall to fighting amongst themselves about how best to ensure control. In time, it will lead to war. You will see.
The Patriot leaders do not seek control. There will be no monarch here. The people will have the power, as they should.
The people never have the power, only the illusion of it. And here's the real secret. They don't want it. The responsibility is too great to bear. It's why they're so quick to fall in line as soon as someone takes charge. They want to be told what to do. They yearn for it. Little wonder that, since all mankind was built to serve.
So because we are inclined by nature to be controlled, who better than the Templars?
It is a poor offer. It is truth! Principle and practice are two very different beasts.
No, Father, you have given up, and... No, Father, you have given up, and would have us all do the same.
Okay, I want to kind of like have the entire dialogue here between Connor and Haven, which is why I didn't advance the fight yet. But yeah, now we can do it. Indeed, yeah, Tor. Final fight.
Surrender, and I will spare you.
Brave words from a man about to die.
You fare no better.
Even when your kind appears to triumph, still we rise again. And do you know why? It's because the Order is born of a realization. We require no creed, no indoctrination by desperate old men. All we need is that the world be as it is. And this is why the Templars will never be destroyed.
He said was strangling his own freaking son.
Requiescat in pace. Requiescat in pace.
Don't think I have any intention of caressing your cheek and saying I was wrong. I will not weep and wonder what might have been. I'm sure you understand. Still, I'm proud of you in a way. You've shown great conviction, strength, courage. All noble qualities. I should have killed you long ago.
We've got a problem. Hatham doesn't have the amulet anymore.
But the temple's still sending data. There must be more to this story.
Only one way to find out.
Yeah, that conversation was really good for between Connor and Haven, you know, both during the battle and before and after Haven dying.
My father is dead. Charles Lee now leads the Templar Order in his place. I see now why ours is an eternal war. For each piece taken from the board, another is placed upon it. Back and forth we go. Across the world. Across the ages. Some days mine feels an impossible task. But I cannot afford to be consumed with doubt. The people need me. Now more than ever. I must stop the Templars. I will kill Charles Lee.
Has your neighbor damaged your
Okay, I do wonder. I can't fast travel currently, right? So I have to do this main quest. Because I reckon there's still some homestead missions right now available, but We will have to do that after this mission, I reckon. But yeah, that's already the last sequence here. But I would not even wonder what might have been. Nothing New Haven. You didn't after finding out Connor's mother died either. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just such a shame, you know, what happened to Haven, the way he was raised. To kind of like be trained to not fear anything, you know. To view the words in a very cold and rational way. Which I guess kind of like adds to him not, you know, weeping or wonder what might have been. Would kind of been interesting to see, you know, what or how Haven could have ended up like, you know, if Edward wouldn't have been killed like that. If he would have been able to raise his own son. Lucinda all noble qualities, none of which were taught by Haven. That's true as well, yeah. He didn't really have any influence on
We gather today
those.
to remember a man of fearless vision who sought to change the world. And change the world he did. Look around. Even now the British prepare to retreat. Their spirits broken. Their forces splintered. The Patriot leadership shall soon follow. Either into our service or into the ground. And then, my friends, all of this will finally be ours. We have Hatham to thank for this. He and all those others who sacrificed for our cause. But he was not content merely to save the people of America, no. He sought to save those sworn to our destruction. He sought to save the assassins. Aye, it seems a mad thing now. And it cost him his life. The assassins are a cruel and terrible coven. They speak only the language of death. Too late he learned the truth of this. Murdered by his own son. He gave his life as he lived it, in service to a dream we all share. And so we must fight on. We will vanquish our enemies. We will spread our word. And in time, my brothers and sisters, in time, we will have our new world.
Oh, he's definitely a talker. That much is certain. What it sure does, it's unfair that 10-year-old Haven had to experience his father being killed and being taken in by the Templars and raised to become one, brainwashed and manipulated. Indeed, yeah. It really is crazy to think about, you know. And then also, like, he killed one of the mercenaries in defense of his father. As a 10-year-old, you know, he killed a person, which also surely affected him. And then, by seeing his son kill another, you know, his mother abandoned him. Like, his mother was still alive, right? But she couldn't look Haven in the eye anymore after he killed somebody in front of her. Which only made Haven latch more onto Reginald Birch than, you know, he would have otherwise already. So you can really understand why he was so drawn to Birch as well, I guess, at some point, and, you know, also adopted the Templars way, maybe as kind of like an escape.
He sent me away. That day, at Fort George. He feared for my safety. I should have stayed. He said there was no danger.
He was wrong.
I will kill you, Connor. This I swear. Not here, though. Not today. No. First I'll destroy all you hold dear. I'll burn that homestead of yours to the ground and roast the severed heads of your precious founding fathers in its flames. And when I've finished with them, all the rest will burn as well. Your merry band of assassins, the human refuse that lives on your land, your village and its people, all of it, gone.
You can try, Charles. But as with all your schemes, this too will end in failure.
Get him on his feet. He will wait. He will watch. And then, when he's seen all his life's work brought to ruin, only then will I allow him to die. Take him away.
Shame we have to keep you.
Where is Charles Lee gone?
The harbor. To catch a ferry.
Rod, that's true. He most likely found himself wanted more by Reginald Birch than his own family, and that would have helped solidify the base manipulation, laying the foundation for his loyalty to the Templars. Exactly, dude, yeah. Yep, there he is, Thor. The man himself. Rather, when he's seen all his life's work brought to ruin, only then I will allow him to die. Reminds you of Bane in The Dark Knight Rises. Which also came out in 2012 when he speaks to a captured and injured Bruce and ends with, "And you will have my permission to die." That's a good point, yeah. Kind of like, you know, that's kind of like had that form of, I guess, evil intent. You know, where somebody dying isn't enough. You also have to make sure that, you know, they see their own life brought to ruin. Okay, we still gotta get some of the assassins here to the last level. That's the last mission here for Virginia. They can do it together. The Saboteur. The siege of Yorktown is underway. Infiltrate and sabotage the British fortifications the best you can to ensure Cornwall's surrender, with as few casualties as possible. Put up. Do I actually have poison darts? I don't. I need poison darts for this mission. Is there like a shopkeeper nearby? Okay, great. I can't visit shopkeepers right now. Okay, I'm gonna kill some people, I think, and hope I can loot some poison darts this way. Give me poison darts. Freaking hell. Any poison darts? At least one, because one of the optional objectives will make it way easier. We have one. But nobody has any.
This Saturday, as the
There we go, we got one at least. Nice, where's the second one? Okay, 2 should be enough.
Royal Forces in Virginia.
Yeah, I just had to look at that as well, Rod. Definitely got some good money from the economy and stuff. But now it's all wet. Yeah, the over 100,000 like pounds of like coins that he has with him at all times. Okay, so we can't kill too many people here.
I believe these men meet the requirements.
They will lead me to lead. They're sick and weak. We're looking to build an army, not fill an almshouse. It would take months to get them into fighting shape. We don't have the time.
No, please,
We'll do anything you want. Anything. Only take us with you.
Quiet, whelp!
Your merchandise is useless to us.
Perhaps we should discuss this back in my cabin.
But makes you think of how in Red Dead 2 the riverboat robbery money that's stolen on them when they jump into water and swim to escape. Yeah, have fun trying that. Okay, is he going away? Just gotta kill this guy. Just gotta wait for the other fellow to go back again. I was currently looking into this direction. There he is. Yeah, turn around. Okay, now we can't kill anybody anymore until the end of the mission.
Sorry to have disappointed.
As you should be. For us to have come all this way for nothing. Tell me now why I shouldn't have you thrown into the sea.
No need to be rash. Only give me a little more time. I'll scour the other ships if I must. I'm certain there are prisoners who will meet your needs.
Very well. You have 2 days.
Thank you.
Present yourself to the Green Dragon Tavern in Boston with the men you've chosen. We shall meet you there along with our master.
Okay, we gotta wait until he's dead. Here we go. Nice, we got it. This one's also a bit trickier to get full sync on. The voice shot, take your time, dude. And the best, so according to the inflation site you checked, it would be over 4 million. Don't know how accurate the site is for. Thought it would be more, but according to Grass, inflation went out of control around 1940s or so. Thank you for looking that up, and the best. Welcome in. Yeah, I mean, that's a little bit of money, I could say. But, yeah. You can certainly buy some stuff from that. Okay, so there's one thing I would actually like to do before we head for Chartsley again. And that is go to Davenport to check if the homestead mission spawned there. Because I want to finish the homestead before we end the main story. Yeah, over here is the mission that spawned.
To help me.
I think that's in reference to the
You won't lose your leg,
Battle of Chesapeake.
But it will hurt some for a time longer. Looks worse than it is. Just keep it clean and you should be fine. Honor, I simply can't get to all these men in reasonable time. I need help. From you, from anyone.
I think I have someone for you. Diana, come with me. I need your help.
What's the matter?
Dr. White is overwhelmed and needs some extra hands.
I'm no doctor, Connor.
Maybe not. But I have seen you care for people before. You have the way of it.
Diana, perfect. I'm told you have a healer's hand. Please see to this young man. Connor, if you could help the two gentlemen out front.
Yeah. What Connor, of course, is referencing here is that she helped Achilles as well.
Thanks, Skip. Good of you to help. I should be all right.
Sorry, Connor, practicing medicine without a license is illegal.
Many thanks, Captain.
He's trying to make a side hustle, I guess.
That's a spot better, sir. Thanks.
I missed the part where that's my problem.
Caught a piece of shrapnel in the shoulder. Bad luck. Thank you, Captain.
I make my own luck.
That caught some burn off a rope. It happens. Thanks, Skipper.
Skipper.
You did well, Connor. But Diana, you impressed me greatly.
Well, thank you, Doctor. I haven't studied the practice or anything.
Maybe not, but your instincts are superb, and you have a healer's touch. If you had the time, I would be grateful for your help on a more regular basis.
Might be Catherine could watch the young ones a few days a week.
And if she can't, we'll find someone who will.
Nice, we can now get level 3 medications. Captain Piss off a second. That's him. Okay, one more thing. I think there's actually some emails that also spawned in modern day. And this might be the last chance to actually read it. However, before we do that, let's talk to the doctor here.
Good day, Connor.
Hello, Dr. White. Diana?
Hello there, Connor.
Diana and I were just having a look over our equipment and facilities. They've seen a great deal of use in the last few days.
So things have turned for the better.
Better than it ever was in Boston. I was missing my apprentice when things first exploded, but now I have Diana. She's better than he was in every respect.
And are you happy, Diana?
I never thought this would be my path, but now that I'm here, I admit it feels right.
It's great. I'm glad to see that Diana kind of like found her calling, you know, in a way. Like literally. Very nice. Okay, yeah, before we do any more homestead stuff here, let's go out of the enemies real quick and have a look at the new emails that we supposedly have gotten. I was gonna recheck if there's any dialogue as well. Okay, not with Rebecca. Because according to Achilles, her soup was terrible. That's true, yeah. I love it. And Connor's like, you have a feel of it. You know how to care for people. Rebecca Crane, I'm scared. What if we don't find the key? What if we do but run out of time? What if whatever's down there doesn't work? I mean, what changed? The first have tried to save themselves and failed, and this place is shut down and sealed up. It doesn't really feel like the sort of place we're going to find the answers to all of our problems. It doesn't help that the people who brought us here are missing. I'm just worried this isn't going to work. I don't want to die. Yeah, can't blame you, Rebecca. Juno, apology. Forgive my outburst. It has been a long time. I've been alone in this place for far too long. Waiting, hoping. Soon you will see all I have promised. Only hurry and find the key. Restore power to this place. Sean Hastings, good news, bad news. Which would you like to hear first? William says, not really the time for this. Sean says, okay, sorry. So much for injecting a little pre-Christmas cheer into these otherwise dour proceedings. The good news is that, as far as I can tell, the Abstergo launch has been postponed permanently. With Vedic dead, thanks to Leader Desmond, and the Apple of Eden was still safely in our possession, there's no way they will make their date. I suppose there's always the chance they'll manage to retrieve another apple and start the whole process over, but all of our intel says they've gotten no leads. We're safe from that particular threat, at least for now. The bad news is that we've got less than 48 hours to open the temple doors. Whatever's meant to happen on the 21st, and it's likely a whole lot worse than Abstergo, I think we'd all like to very much ensure it doesn't. Okay, that's really interesting. That's something I missed, I think, on the past couple playthroughs because it didn't go out of the Animus in between sequence 11 and 12. But yeah, this is kind of confirming that Abstergo was still working on the Abstergo project, right? Which was hinted at in AC1, actually. Because one of the reasons they tried to find the apple was that they already knew about the supposed catastrophe of the 21st of December. But one thing they tried to do is inserting the apple into a satellite. And then using the electricity that the satellite is connected to kind of like have a bigger control of more people at the same time. So in case the catastrophe would happen, they would just wait in their bunkers, whatever, and then come out and take over control with a satellite of whoever is left alive. And with that they could control all the rest of humanity, maybe, that, you know, might be survived, I guess. So that was the plan initially, but with Vedic dead and with Desmond still having the apple, they can't do that anymore. Rotiana, but what would Bianca and Pantasilea think, Bartolomeo? Yeah. May I introduce Bianca? Charmed. Okay, just gonna recheck if I have any dialogues with William or Sean. I don't think so. Yep, no. But the email was quite intriguing. I'm glad we stepped out of the Animus for that. Another thing, are the assassins back yet from the mission? Okay, they're not. Because I still want to get them to level 11 before we end this today.
One day, Doc, one day, you'll find one too. She'll come wandering into the village and light up your life. Mark my words, I'm telling you. I have a sense for these things.
Might be, might be. Ahoy, Connor! Look at us! 3 bachelors waiting for love or waiting for a drink, whatever comes first. Drink wins!
Women will be lining up for you, Doc. I'm telling you. Ladies love a healer. It's me that's doomed. Who wants to marry a woodworker, eh? Who? Nobody is who.
Hogwash! You brought the folding chair to the Americas. You're a pioneer, an entrepreneur. Women appreciate a man with vision.
What about you, Connor? How is it a man like you has no wife?
I would not be a good husband. I have not the time to give. One day, perhaps.
So that's what we talked about the other day, actually, is, you know, when Connor talks about why he's not interested in a relationship. It's, you know, because he really has other things he focuses on, to be honest. But later on, he will start a family and all that. Also, yeah, now we have fully taken over all of the colonies as well. Oh, yeah. All under assassin control. Rod, enjoy the rest of your stream and finishing off Lee. Catch you next time, buddy. No worries at all, Rod. Thank you so much for coming by, dude, and for joining. I really do appreciate it. Thanks also again earlier for the raid as well. And for anybody that hasn't checked out Rod's channel before, I would highly recommend you to do so. He actually just started his annual series playthrough of this year this weekend with AC1. He's doing a no HUD challenge for the first time ever on any game, including Assassin's Creed. He's playing without any of the HUD, not even opening the regular map or anything. So yeah, definitely check out that, a really unique and cool playthrough. But he's also playing other games like the second Red Dead Redemption. He's currently doing a 100% checklist run on it. He's also almost finished with it, with the epilogue currently. You can also catch him play some Witcher 3, the Blood and Wine DLC. He's also quite close to finishing that too, probably like another 2 or 3 streams. And yeah, also other games like Zelda and Link, Tomb Raider, and lots of other stuff. So if you're interested in any of those games, then I highly recommend checking out his channel. Amazing streamer and always very entertaining too. And that's the voice of our Rod. You have a good night, dude. And yeah, we will catch you very, very soon for your next stream. Until next time, buddy. Okay, I wanna go for like a really short mission here. Where's Shartsley? Hey, Valevi. Welcome in. Yeah, we're about to get him. We're in the last sequence now. Up to the last mission as well. Patron of Knowledge. Find funding for schools in the Philadelphia area. Okay, cool. That will actually bring them to max level. And Dobby still needs another 20 after that. Okay. Cool. And yeah, it's going really well, Levi. Having a nice day. Finishing with AC3 tonight, so definitely having a good time with that. How about you? How was your day? Are you enjoying the time in Vienna? Have I done the burning ships Chartsy chase? That's about to happen. That's actually the next mission. Had an amazing day, so many museums, lots of great food. Very, very nice. Sounds awesome. I'm definitely gonna have a look at the pictures soon here. Once we're done with this. Okay. What am I to do here? Almost seems like I have to go upstairs. But yep. Ah, no.
Old man. Achilles.
Rest in peace, old man. And it's just so sad that the last thing they talked about, you know, was kind of like a fight. But, you know, the whole game you could really tell how much they cared for each other. You know, despite the differences they might be having or arguments, you know, they had. They really cared for each other, you know, just like father and son. Give Father Timothy the news. That's where the pastor comes into play again, you know, like, not only of course is he there for the more like happy celebrations, like, you know, the wedding, but of course he's also there to give goodbye to Achilles as well.
What is it? Achilles has passed. I'm so sorry. He passed peacefully and with dignity. A service, then? Yes. Please prepare something appropriate. I will see the grave is dug. Can you gather everyone?
Anna, if you are reading this, I have failed to say goodbye as I wanted, but the time never seemed appropriate. I leave this land and all its resources to you. I trust you now know this place has become something of great significance. A community to serve as an example of what this would-be nation could become. But the larger and stronger it grows, the more fragile and difficult to defend it becomes. I hope your friends who are birthing this infant country understand this truth. Your unwavering tenacity and honesty have burdened you with responsibility far greater than any one man should bear. But you, if anyone, are capable. You have given an old man hope that all is not lost. And for that, I thank you. I ask that you lay my bones to rest on the hill overlooking the water. There is no other place on this earth I'd rather be. I am grateful to have met you, knowing you will guide this land and these people to a better future. Yours in brotherhood, Achilles.
Prayer and sermon do not suit this occasion. Achilles was not a man of God. Not my God, at any rate. But he certainly believed in a guiding force. And he is at peace now, and for that we can be grateful. We lay him to rest here, atop the bluff where he made his honorable and dignified life, so he can remain that comforting presence, the old man on the hill, that we have all grown to depend on. You all had your own relationships with him, your own moments. And I implore you to return here when the time is right for you and share those stories with the waves and the trees. Achilles, you will be missed, but never forgotten. Go safely, old man. Safely to where your soul need rest.
I will make you proud, old man.
Oh man, so sad. Saying goodbye to Achilles, you know, and also like his ending letter. It's also so beautiful, I think, you know, that's what he's written there and what Connor, you know, meant to him. That, you know, he's been so cynical after having lost, you know, his family, after, you know, the Brotherhood being in shambles. But yeah, Connor really, you know, reimbursed his faith and gave him a lot of hope again. And yeah, that's beautiful.
Never properly said goodbye to you. I was not ready, so here I am. The weight of my responsibilities never seems to diminish. There is always something else that needs fighting for. This is something you never warned me of. Maybe because you thought I would have been deterred. You would have been wrong, but I know you were not accustomed to that. Life carries on here. The people seem happy. They are certainly safe, at least for now. One of my Brotherhood asked me something I have been struggling with. What happens if, when we win? When we stop the Templars? It is a question I certainly do not know the answer to. Perhaps you did not either. I miss you, as I miss my mother. I hope all is well with you, wherever you are. Goodbye, old man. Until it comes time for me to join you, then I will bother you once again.
And this is really giving me the feels here. You know, like him saying, you know, how much he cared for him. That, you know, he missed him just as much as his, you know, mother. The person he was the closest to. Like ever. But yeah, now it's also time to finally hang the parcel, the painting, that Achilles wasn't capable of hanging up himself. But yeah, it's time. And they will explain why, you know, he was so hesitant to put it up. Yeah, it's so good, Lucinda. All of these moments here. As sad as they are, but just so well done. And yeah, it's a painting of him, his wife, and Connor, his son. Both of who died, unfortunately, which was part of the reason why he was, you know, the man he became, I guess. Why he also was so cynical. But yes, it's always like a really cool detail to me, you know, when it's time to give Connor or Rotonageddon a name to kind of like fit him better with society. You know, Achilles almost doesn't hesitate to give him the name Connor, you know, already telling you as a player, if you have played the game before, that, you know, he has like immediately fatherly feelings towards Connor. Indeed, rest in peace, all of them. Hey there, Harbinger, welcome in. Yeah, we're about to find Lee, actually. That's the next main story, to find him and to kill him. We're gonna do that here. Just gonna have one more dialogue that we're gonna trigger. Guess we can talk to Father Timothy here.
Day, Connor. How are you faring? I will honor him in time. I just hope that what I do is enough. If anybody is capable of honoring a man the likes of Achilles, it's you, Connor. How is your church? It's everything I could have wanted and more. The people here are hardworking and appreciative of my services. They contribute more than most I've seen. I understand our God is not for you. But the community is strong when we gather within these walls. That much you should see. I will pass through one of these days.
Alright, and I believe that's all the homestead stuff done, isn't it? Let's see. Giving them for Achilles, Big Dave, Godfrey and Terry, Lance, Warren and Prudence, Norris, Lau, Ellen, Miriam, Father Timothy, and Oliver and Green. We didn't go for the inventions, but that doesn't really have any story relevance, right? It's just like if you find all the almanac pages, you can craft different kind of inventions and put them up in the homestead. But doesn't give you any kind of like story stuff. So yeah, we're done with all the homestead stuff that we wanted to do. Which means the only thing left to do now is go after Charlesley. Let's do it. Hey there, Oki. Welcome in. How's it going? Another thing though, I still wanna get Lobby to level 11 here real quick. Let's find like a really short mission. Like this one. Xavier and Savannah. Savannah's under Templar control. Do what you can to weaken their position. Yeah, it's going good, Oki. Just about to finish EC3 here. We're about to do the last main mission, actually. But yeah, we're also gonna be having dinner soon though, so I will have to be a bit quicker.
Need something, darling?
No.
Ugh, rude.
Can I help you? You know you can. Pardon? Oh! I do not like having my time wasted.
Stop that! Oh, don't make me call the guards!
Make a sound and you die.
What do you want? He's in the harbor, at the Long Pier, most likely. We heard what happened at the parade. Charles got all nervous.
said he was leaving the country. I thought he was overreacting. Guess not. No!
Thank you.
Oh, so nice of Connor to say thank you. He's not as rude as she said. Alright, time to find Charles Lee. Somewhere around here. Okay, I can't show of anyone during the chase. They have to stay within 15 meters of Lee here. Jesus Christ. What if they get in range of me? Fucking hell. They're into my way. Let's try this again. Yeah, it's a very memorable one, Thor. Unfortunately, I can't kill him here already. Because we could have, logically speaking, these. Okay, over here we can't take any fire damage. I love this chase. The music as well. Huh?
Odin is with us!
Why do you persist? You put us down, we rise again. You end one plot, we forge another. You try so hard, but it always ends the same. Those who know you think you mad, and this is why. Even those men you sought to save have turned their backs on you. Yet you fight. You resist. Why?
Because no one else will.
that was a bit of a mean shot there. Okay guys, I actually thought I had another 20 minutes here to finish off the game, but it seems like it's actually gonna be dinner time earlier than expected. I had to kind of like, you know, end the stream here just before the ending, but I might do the same as I did with Blood and Wine. So I might go online later again to, you know, go online for another half an hour or so to finish off the rest of it. But yeah, I'm afraid I will have to call it here for now. So yeah, if I still have a time, then I'm probably gonna come back later today to finish off the story. But there's still some other things I would like to do anyways, which will take some more time in any way. Like there's some hidden dialogue I want to listen to. And also I want to talk about Tyranny of King Washington and what happens there. So yeah, that will also take some additional time. So we're just gonna call it here and then take some more time next time with AC. If I don't go live tonight anymore, because I have to see how much time I will be having anyways, then certainly the next one, and then we're also gonna make a start on Unity, which is gonna be the next game. But yeah, I want to thank you all so much for coming by and for joining today's session of Assassin's Creed. Definitely has been a good one, but yeah, this is where we're gonna call it for now at least, and then might be coming back later today. But yeah, thank you everybody so much for being here. Tor, Jake Mercer, thanks again for following earlier. No worries, listener. Thank you also for being here. We'll definitely get some. Yeah, it's been a good one, Tor. Almost done now. Sorry again for the timing there, just before the ending, but you know how it be sometimes. But yeah, before we go and end it here, we're gonna go and raid, of course, first. So let's have a quick look who's online. I do see our boyo Demise playing some more Mass Effect. I think we're gonna go say hi over there. Whoops. Wrong command. Yeah, see you next time, Harbinger. If you guys want to hop along with a raid to Demise, feel free to also use these raid emotes here. You can put them in chat to signal you're part of a raid. And yeah, I will catch you next time, either tonight for more AC or tomorrow for more Uncharted. So until then, thanks again everybody for joining, and I will catch you in the next one.